coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip.
Oh, where am I? Good morning. There I am. Well, my picture anyway, or not even me. Good morning. Good morning, Butterfly. Good morning, Pammy. I see Butterfly saying good morning to you, but on the restream, I don't see your comment yet. So I'm assuming you're here and she's not just tripping. Good morning. Sound check. Can you guys hear me okay? Testing 1, 2, 3. Ah, hang on. My phone is acting weird. Okay. Thank you, Butterfly. I gave it a minute because there we go. And now I got it pulled up on my phone. I can see the chat better on the phone than I can on Restream. It comes in faster on the phone. All right. All right, guys. They're making their way into the courthouse. We're at day 19. Man, yesterday was a bit much. It was damaging for the state, it appears. Guys, I'm pretty good. You guys, last night my true crime brain's like all over the place. So I just like turned everything off again, just like I've been doing, and I started deep diving an old case, like an old case, right? And just so much interesting stuff that came out of that case, and I'm like putting stuff together because I want to do a live about it. And then late last night, I got on Twitter, and oh my God, I saw some really funny stuff. I laughed so hard I couldn't help myself. They were not being kind to yesterday's witness, let's just put it that way. It was, wow. Yeah, there was a lot. It's just a lot. I think I jumped into, was it Josh Ritter's stream for a little bit? I think he's having Vinnie Politan on tonight. What is the name of his channel? God, I can't remember the name of the channel. I'll have to look at it. But I saw this morning he's going to have Vinnie Politan on there this afternoon. I've invited Joe to come up at lunchtime. Joe's got a couple of things going on this week we're going to talk about. Oh, no. I had a hat. Well, I had my usual, I guess. I hope you get to feeling better and get a better night's sleep, Butterfly. Don't let this stuff get to you to where you don't get to sleep, right? Sometimes we just lay there and think about stuff. I did, Butterfly, and I laughed at one point. I thought I think I have it saved because it really isn't anything that we didn't see, but there was about spit my coffee out this morning when I was watching that because it made me laugh. And so we'll look at that at lunchtime as well. But I'm going to bring Joe up if Joe's not busy. I sent him a link because he's got, like I said, he's got a few things going on as well. That wonder why my phone is acting funny. Hold on, guys. Let me turn a few things off here. Get the noise gone. Do not disturb. There. As long as I can see chat on here, I'm good. But my phone is acting crazy. So do you guys feel like the state's about to wrap up whatever this is they're doing? Because they really needed to get a little more specific about things if they wanted me to buy into their narrative. guess I'll be the person to finally say it. I'm buying their narrative. Oh no, angry sinuses suck. I don't know if that yesterday, what I was feeling was just plain old allergies or what it was, a reaction, or I feel a little better this morning. I know they're getting ready to plant in these fields around me, and I know they grew cotton last year, which means they're probably going to do peanuts this year, and boy, am I not looking forward to it. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to get my, well, I go to the doctor soon. I'm going to have to get my medicine back because I can't take it. And you know what? I'm not even allergic to peanuts. I have no reactions at all. I can eat peanuts, peanut butter, I can eat peanuts. But man, living around where they grow them is a bit much. I did not realize how bad it was till I moved up here 3 years ago, and I was like, "What in the world?" Yeah. Apparently they grow cotton one year, they'll do peanuts the next year, and they switch. They did peanuts the first year we were here, and oh my god, it was horrendous. And then they did cotton the last year, and it was fine. I didn't have any problems with the cotton. But this year, if they choose to do peanuts, I might be in trouble. So I heard that after they moved the buffer zone stuff around yesterday, somebody got arrested. I don't know much about it. I didn't pay attention to it because I figured, well, they probably should have known better, but I don't know the backstory on it, so I don't have much to say about it. How do you get arrested? Like the only person? Like you couldn't just go follow the crowd and do what you're supposed to do? I don't know. There's still people still making their way into the courtroom. I sent Butterfly. I saw that last night. I have not responded to you yet, but I will. I'll do that today. I'll send you some information of a couple of places, a couple of areas. It just depends if y'all really enjoy the crowds and there's still a lot to do in the smaller areas with restaurants and stuff. But if you just come for the beach, right? Do you need all the extra? But there's great things to do close around. So I'll send you something. Y'all can make your decision. Send you some areas with a not quite as crowded. My son made a mistake and went to the beach this weekend after I told him, during the weekend it's going to get a little rough out there. It'll be fine. And he admits to me last night, it was pretty hectic out on the beach. I'm like, baby, because you went on a weekend. Locals know don't go on the weekend. Well, I guess you can if you're into the crowds, but I'm not, so I don't go on the weekends. Not in the summer. And yeah, I'm a beach person in the winter too. I've been known to sit out on the beach under a full moon in the dead of winter with a thermos of coffee. I'm that girl. Yes, no peopling, no crowds. It gets more crowded every year as people want to come visit our beaches, and we're fine to share them. But I get it. You may want to find the less traveled path, right? Even the little crown jewel that was hidden for years is becoming more and more of a destination now, but it's okay. I'm going to try to get you closer to me so I can come see you. I got an ulterior motive. It's, man, my dog and my cat just decided it was standoff time. If y'all hear my dog in the background, that's what's going on. Hey, you two, calm down. The dog is used to the cat getting up on my bed and crashing out, and then she'll come get on the floor and crash out. And right now they're at the door having a standoff about it. I'm about to mute out so I can make them behave. You'll be during the week. Oh, that's good. Blame it on TikTok. Girl, I haven't ventured off into TikTok in so long. I don't even mess with my account over there anymore. It's just sitting there dormant. And I had a lot of followers on the TikTok. It's crazy. I just never cared for that app to begin with. I made the account to put out documents for Brian Koberger's stuff, and it kind of morphed into other news stuff. And yeah, it was a fun time over there at the TikTok. But they kept trying to entice me to go live on the TikTok, and that's just not my wasn't my thing. And then they were gonna like shut it down and all this stuff. I'm like, you know what? I'm just bailing on this app because it's hard to keep up with two different. I had two totally different communities. It was crazy. They all know and come over here and find us, right? I've tried to man, I was watching YouTube on my I cast YouTube to my phone last night and now it won't stop. It keeps telling me it's open when I know it's not. I started binge watching stuff on that old case I was looking at. I'm gonna have to turn my phone off and back on. It's acting goofy. They are selling something. I'll be watching the YouTube shorts. If I get bored, I just start scrolling through the shorts and watching goofy stuff or whatever. Hey, some of my shorts lately have been getting pretty good views, so I appreciate everybody scrolling through there and getting those, looking at those. You know, they get kickbacks, True Crime Butterfly. If they sell stuff on their TikTok, they get the promotional stuff and all that. And I just wasn't into all that TikTok scene. I wonder who the witnesses will be called today, who they'll call today. Like I'm so ready really for the state to wrap it up because I need to hear from some defense experts. I need to hear well, we'll watch the Commonwealth attempt to go at their experts. I don't know if they got it in them or not, but we'll see. I know it's still early for a lot of you guys. Butterfly, you still in bed? You got your coffee yet? I got mine, but it is almost 8 a.m. here for me. Okay. It was just, it wouldn't close out the YouTube player where I was casting to from my bed to my TV last night because I was lazy. There we go. I fixed it, I think. Yes, finally cleared it up. All right. My phone was confused. My phone was in bed still, too. Phone's like, you're asking a lot of me and you're putting a lot of demands on me to look at a bunch of things at one time. Stop it, lady. I hope they start on time this morning and just. Uh-oh. Some noise came on in the background. Startled me. You can hear the birds chirping. I'll pull up the stream feed. I think someone's got a hot mic. I love hot mic moments. Let's get them up here. Let's be spies. Oh. There we go. The black SUV, is that Karen and her team coming in, or usually it is? Oh, I've been closing my tabs left and right. I don't even play with them tabs no more. Close all of y'all. None of that background coming to the forefront stuff later to get me in trouble when I do nothing wrong. I don't trust you, phone. Apparently, we can't trust any cell phone data in this country ever again. Like, we shouldn't even put it in any cases going forward. Okay. Oh, they're giving the thumbs up. They're looking confident today, guys. Look, tiny desk guy. It's like, I'm here. I got this. I like tiny desk guy. I like to get an interview with tiny desk guy. Oh, they froze up on the hot mic moment. That's weird that Karen's going in a whole different way than her attorney. She's going up the ramp with her luggage thingy. Her luggage thingy. Briefcase. That was her and her attorney at the front. This little. All right, well, they've made their way into the courtroom, so hopefully it won't take too long for Bev to get everybody seated and get them. Oh,
hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also in a business of some kind? Well, if so, I want to tell you about.
They're trying to sell me stuff, Jesse. Man, he's such a salesman. Right, Butterfly? I thought about that. Poor guy. He's like, y'all could have made some better accommodations here. I'm actually your tech guy so that Bev doesn't scream at y'all. I think he should go and apply for a job over there in Idaho when he's done. They need some tech people. The judge told him, get your tech people ready. Don't get me into court and, cause a problem. Have it all done. That is what Tiny Desk Guy does. Butterfly, me and you might be the only ones in here. We'll just talk to each other all day. That's a true OG. She don't even get out of bed yet, and she's already here with me. That's my girl. So I heard from Dolphin briefly last night. I checked in on her, and she replied back, and she's keeping things close to the vest right now. But she's fine. She's having a good time. She's going to check back in soon with some updates on her trip. So enjoy your trip, Miss Dolphin. I don't think he did, Butterfly. After yesterday's fiasco, and they're taking down some of his LinkedIn stuff, and Aperture putting up there that he is no longer a viable expert witness or whatever it was they put out. I kind of just saw snippets of that stuff last night. Right now it's hard to believe what's coming out of social media. Is it real? If it's not, but yeah, apparently they're not. So I don't know. Will he be back? Is he too? I did watch somebody late last night. Who was it? It was like after their show ended. I watched a little bit of it. Oh, I know what it was. It was Duty Ron and his Ed. And of course, they were just ripping the guy a new one because he deserved it. But they both were like, we were a little worried for him, though, because he looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Like his blood pressure shot through the roof. They were like, we were a little concerned for his health at that point. And I was like, dang. But I didn't even finish watching that whole show. I just watched part of it. I got too involved in looking at this other old case I was looking at because I was fascinated at people's cold-blooded, murderous behavior. I'm getting bored, right? And so my brain is starting to really gravitate towards other stuff. Hold on, my notes are, oh my goodness, my notes are a little messy from Karen Reed stuff. Get all my shit back together here. Oh, that was my conspiracy player sheet. I didn't add him to the conspiracy player sheet because I just think he's a dumbass. Well, actually, he might be if he's doing stuff on the sly for Tully and Proctor. Should we add him to it, y'all? Anything for a buck kind of guy? I try to look at all this as fairly as I can, but man, this guy did a number on himself, right? It's not like it's our fault. It's what I kept saying through Delphi. It's not my fault they made me think like I'm a conspiracy theorist. It's their fault. So, Butterfly, have you ever heard of Diana Downs? That's who I'm referring to when I was talking about the old case I was looking at. It's her old case. And my mom was like, back when it happened, early 80s, was one of the first criminal cases my mom ever really got me into, right? Because my mom was into true crime, the politics, the whole nine yards. She was just like all of that. And I always watched that kind of stuff with her. Um, that was the first big case because I think I was like, oh my God, I got to go back in time to remember how old I was. But I was like very early teenage years, right? And it was insane. And I had forgotten a lot of that stuff, but I was stumbled upon it. And then I started looking into a lot more of it. I was like, wow, this lady, holy hell. So we're going to put together a show and talk about it. I may do something on Friday night. I don't think anybody's going to be home around here Friday night. I haven't decided yet. I got to get out some more paper. My paper's gone. I got one sheet of paper left. Okay. Oh, that's probably not going to be enough. I put it on my clipboard. That's probably not going to be enough. That's sad. Okay, here we go. I'm really kind of ready to move on. Half a day Friday. Wait, Thursday is the half a day. Friday, everybody told me that there's no court on Friday. I don't know. I didn't check, but Joe says there's a half a day. Wait, what did Joe tell me? Because I think Joe's got something planned that I'm going to be a part of. So let me go look and see what he actually said. Okay, Thursday is supposed to be a half a day, I'm assuming, and no court on Friday. I haven't confirmed that either way. I honestly didn't even look into it. So we may do it Friday daytime, what I'm talking about. Today, when this is over, I'll get the schedule and the court thing and get it all figured out. Uh-oh. Oh, message. Let's see. Maybe she'll tell us, as the judge will let us know for sure. But I'm assuming people are right that know more than I do, right? It is the holiday weekend come to find out. Y'all know me, I don't look at clocks and calendars. I was like, what's going on? Is it a holiday or something I'm unaware of? Lo and behold, apparently it is. Oh. Goodness gracious. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Butterfly, you hadn't got up and got your coffee yet, have you? Yes, Pammy was the first one in this morning. Looking forward to court today. They got today. If they're going to be a half a day on Thursday, why just a half a day, right? Is the judge going to interrupt testimony again to take the day off? So wouldn't they be off Monday as well, since Monday's the actual holiday? But yet they're on time. That's what Butterfly, we're thinking the same thing. Will they have court on Monday? Isn't everything closed on Monday? Y'all are the ones that tried to do this case twice. Y'all are the ones that owe the jury an apology, state of Massachusetts. They have trial Thursday and Friday. And then they all have Monday off. Bev may have plans, though. Maybe she's going out of town or something. She's like, y'all are not messing up my holiday schedule. This has been on the books for a year. Maybe she has some sort of annual thing she does. I don't know. I wonder if they do bring that guy back up, Mr. Shannon with one N. What would they ask him? At this point, are you okay, sir? Do you still have a job? You damaged your entire company. Well, the company let that happen. I'm sorry. I can't just blame him alone. Aperture did that to themselves, right? Any fallouts on them? Probably Butterfly. There's always that one juror that wants to come out and talk or speak. Even in Delphi, we had a couple come out and speak. Apparently, I never listened to anything they said, but I know they did. One or two, maybe more, I don't know. Always after trials, there always is one or two, three that come out and say things. I know Canton Confidential, they've been having, they have an old juror that comes out from the first trial and talks all the time. Lori Vallow has jurors that speak out, past jurors from Idaho. So there's always bound to be a couple of jurors that are willing to talk. But if they draw a conclusion that isn't popular, will they come out and talk, right? We don't hardly ever hear from Casey Anthony jurors. Uh-oh, we got movement in the courtroom. Let me get them on.
Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court holding in Dedham, within and for the County of
Morning,
Norfolk.
Carrie.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
It'll be over soon, Carrie, we hope, because we miss you.
Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research?
What would she do if one stood up and said, no, ma'am, I couldn't follow your directions?
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Mr. Burgess, please?
Uh-oh, he's back, Butterfly. The takedown continues.
remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
Yep.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear
No, if I misheard your question, it was,
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And, Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay?
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wool? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday.
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry. Thank you. 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolk. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022 and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Woke. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
Why?
Okay.
Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's what
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
This guy's going to be combative. Tiny desk guy, you're invaluable.
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct,
But
yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that, yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wu. Actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you called the text stream event 11/62/2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 11/62/2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Miss Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct, yes.
Yes. Right, to Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All is stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
Exhibit BBB for ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay, sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at sidebar instead of floor?
Oh, gotta have a sidebar about introducing stuff. Why are y'all doing this? This guy's made a lot of mistakes along the way, you know, putting the wrong dates, saying he made errors. If you are confessing that you make a bunch of errors that you feel are minor, then What about the big errors that you're making, right? We are just supposed to go, oh, those were just tiny clerical mistakes, on the date and all that, but everything else is accurate, right? When you can't, no, that's messy, 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 and it throws doubt out there. That's on the prosecution for allowing that to happen with this witness, in my opinion. They need to quit focusing on John's mom because social media is not being kind to her right now, and I don't feel like that's anybody's business. Oh, I mean, they can do what they want, but I just don't feel like it's necessary. We're so focused on her facial expressions, but yet we're not as focused on other people's facial expressions. It's like, get off of her, man. You're welcome to feel some kind of way about her, but I just feel like it's icky. Judge Hippler ain't having that mess up in his courtroom. You will not be zooming in on anybody like that. Did everybody trail up to the sidebar again? Yeah, they did. Yeah, Butterfly, people need to walk a mile in her shoes for a minute. She's got 2 children gone before she's gone. That's a hard pill to swallow for anybody, no matter what the circumstances were. Right? Start off with the sidebar. It's odd the defendant goes to sidebars as well.
Continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to, once again, take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Oops.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of, reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that.
Oh, goodness.
This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So, in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
you indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down, thank you, Mr. Wope. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is...
Sustained.
Okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on the, what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure, we can.
I want
we
to
can
use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
slide's fine, yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162.2, what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely, absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence of what is 188?
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Wope. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2 what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock, yes. Timestamp, yes.
So, but it's, I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So, if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back, with Your Honor's permission, between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09, yes.
Now if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffen's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And, in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a, quote, lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, using the unadjusted clock.
I would like, does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43 as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does, and in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct, but this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto-locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto-locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see that.
Do you see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
The fuck?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you understand? Let's, if we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 1162.2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
My goodness. What is wrong with asking, do you understand? Right? I mean, we got to clarify that you do. Why is that an objection? He knows his fragile witness may not understand. That's all I can conclude. I've never heard an objection over something like, do you understand? I understand that fan's gotten on everybody's last nerve, though. Man, oh man. My cat's a little offended that I'm sitting here all day. She's trying to get up in my lap. She's trying to play with the headset cord today. I'm like, what in the world? She's finally leaving me alone. She about unplugged my headset, though. All right. Goodness. He wants to explain that adjusted clock thing so bad he can't stand it. Let him try. Let him try so the jurors can hear it. Damn fan. I don't know why the camera pans up to that thing all the time. Well, it's better than sitting there zooming in on people, I guess. If it wasn't spinning, it wouldn't be so annoying. So, without his testimony, John's phone was still having activity after this man claims that there was no more activity. That's a problem, sir. And it feels like your experts are conflicting one another. And then once they realized they conflicted one another, did y'all get, behind the scenes like, oh, we got to fix this. A little damning here, not going to jive. Going to get us into deep water with the defense, right? We need to make some. Who adjusted what, sir? Did you adjust clocks or did you just adjust reports? Like, good Lord. It strikes me odd, Butterfly, that out of all the data experts that worked on these devices, right, he's the one that decided, well, I better do some clock adjustments. Because, those other educated people didn't think about this. Okay. Sir. I mean, it wouldn't be a discrepancy if other witnesses were testifying that John O'Keefe's phone was still having activity after you claimed it did not. And how can we trust what your data is saying? We know you had a damaged SD card that you found that nobody else could find. I get it. That's your job. You look at these little black boxes because you usually deal with car accidents, right? Vehicle incidents with insurance companies. So it's your job to pull these boxes and to do all this examination. But you are the only one that realized this little SD card never been downloaded. And then it was damaged during removal. Isn't that a problem? Couldn't that have affected the analysis that came off the SD card once it was damaged? Like, drill that home a little bit. How can we trust your SD card when it was damaged? Does that normally occur during removal? Blah, blah, blah. Right, and pick your cell phone people and stick with them. Don't go hiring a bunch of cell phone companies because guess what? They're all going to have a different opinion. They're all going to give you a different report. Cell phone data is not accurate down to the pinpoint minute. Although I saw somebody last night saying that their guy in Poland can get it down to a few steps. And I also know that over in the Chad Daybell case, FBI cast Nick Balance was able to pinpoint Alex Cox in the backyard of that home within feet of that fire pit, which told them where to go look for those children. And they found them. So, FBI cast versus these little companies, I don't know. Right. How was he? How bad was it damaged, right, Butterfly? We heard him say it got damaged. So what does that tell us about the SD card? Maybe the defense will call somebody when it's their turn to talk about that sort of thing a little bit. I don't get the objection over, do you understand? Like, that's crazy.
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess.
Oh my goodness.
You
This shape.
have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Wolk, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction, we could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According
And that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
And that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Leslie?
I'm going to keep that up. And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. Sure. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct, according to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think it needs to be heard on this as well.
All right.
Wow. I've never seen such a messy courtroom in my life, and I've watched a lot of trials go down, and I've seen some crazy things go down in courtrooms. This is one messy situation. And I'm going to blame the judge for allowing a lot of it to happen. Let's just play it by ear and go as we go and take up all the time and frustrate my jurors. It's not a good idea to frustrate your jury, right? Thank you, Butterfly. Yes, everyone, please, if you don't mind, hit the like button and share, subscribe. Still need a couple of more subscribers to hit 2,000. Yay. We appreciate y'all coming in and watching with us. I think everybody's sleeping this morning, Butterfly. They're like, you know what? Yesterday was a lot. We're going to sleep in. It's about time for my morning bagel, though. I'm hungry. Oh, I want to see what's on their computers. We're not supposed to, but I want to see. Shouldn't have left them open like that. Haha. Doesn't look. Oh, there's actually photos laying there. Top of that one computer. But you can't see what's on the screens. who you're communicating with there in real time. Oh, there's that lady up there in the reporters area. She's from that Canton Confidential thingy that comes on at night. I recognize her. I like to people watch, but this feels a little odd. Mr. Wolf, tiny desk guy, you're our hero. Right, Butterfly, I have the last few days. I'm usually up by 4. It's internal clock. I don't set alarms, right? And I just wake up when I wake up. And yeah, lately though, I've been sleeping in past 4 myself. Feels good, doesn't it? Especially if you don't sleep well the night before. I took a dose of cold medicine during the stream yesterday, and boy, by the time this thing was over, I had to have a nap. Then I woke up incredibly hungry. Look, they heard you, Butterfly. He's like, okay, hold on. Miss Butterfly has spoken.
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Approach, sir. I am feeling better, thank you.
Sure. I'm going to present to you 2 documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is 1 page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On Exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in Exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the Exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to Exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that Exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit Exhibit CCC into evidence, and do not offer Exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Mr. Burgess,
Nobody gonna mess with
is
it.
Exhibit CCC a slide page out of Exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll,
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer Exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter Exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need the
That
other
the one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as Exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish Exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat that. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat
please.
and just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to Dr.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So, the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 1162-2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12/32/09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 1162-2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 1162-2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. My question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you believe, do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162-2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
So, yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162-2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on. And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data.
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162.2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Vogt. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, reviewing the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you, yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague Dr. Welcher on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those three established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps, yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Sir, do you have that report in front of you?
I do, yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take questions?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification?
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare?
Correct.
Now, in your May 8, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the juror, in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data, yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
After, can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand your, well, but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the text stream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a text stream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no on
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
that. Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to. Sustained.
Do you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I don't understand why this line of questioning is taking so long, or how. I mean, I know you're trying to pull it out of this guy. I get where you're going. But are they losing their jury? You know what I mean? If I started getting bored and my mind starts wandering because I'm already understand what's happening here, can we move on? Is the jury feeling the same way? When it's obvious, right? Watch, they're going to come back from this little sidebar and they're going to say it's morning break time. Everyone go collect yourself and your thoughts. I'm going to start multitasking in a few minutes. Forget what I'm doing. So it looks like May 21st, 10 a.m., before Judge Stephen Hippler, there will be a closed hearing via Zoom, and that is to discuss a discussion regarding the role of victims. And the judge has made it clear he considers the two surviving roommates victims. I think he's a little over the trashing of the roommates. You know what I mean? I think he's a little over it. We all know what they were doing all night long was kind of weird and sketchy, but whatever. They're not, their DNA's not all over that sheath. Hearing will be held via Zoom, and they'll send out the invitations to the parties before that, like they usually do when they do the Zoom meetings, or hearings rather. The judge is going to lay down the law on how to handle them. Yeah, she does, right? Well, she's like, no, go ahead and go. And then they're like, no, let's talk for a minute. Now, y'all just gave her the opportunity to take y'all's little morning break, but they may need it to get it together for a moment. How come engineers and real cell phone data guys and all of them couldn't come up with the same conclusion? This guy just out of the blue, like, hold my beer, I got this. And now they're all like, thank you, sir. Well, I'll adjust our reports now because you figured it out when nobody else could. They need him to go figure out when that search on how long to die in cold occurred. Maybe he can get to the bottom of that mess. I bet he could if he asked. Just ask him. Goodness, my mind started wandering to another case. I'm like trying to figure something out, and my mind just went there, and I was like, I almost said some stuff out loud. And I turned around and realized I'm still on the. It's nuts. It's nuts, man. When you have conflicting reports, right? The last time John interacted with that phone, the times absolutely matter to the whole timeline, right? And what is all this? Yeah, butterfly. I've seen all that. I was hoping they didn't come down here to my neck of the woods. They wouldn't probably be perceived too well. But I think they've caught most of them. I don't know. I keep seeing news clips about it, but I haven't really. I think my local news actually posted something this morning about more of them were captured. They got them all yet? I don't know. That was crazy when you look at the. Did you see the video where they're all running out of the jail? I'm like, where was all the bailiffs and the jailers and the corrections officers? What was happening in that damn jail? To the point where you got not one escapee, but you got a whole handful. They arrested a sheriff's office employee. Oh, you know what that reminds me of? That lady, corrections officer in that prison that helped that one guy escape. Is somebody that stupid to work in the sheriff's department and help people escape? What kind of employee were they? Did they get a job there on purpose to help the said escape take place? Oh, we got to look into that. Wow. You would think they would have had to have had some inside help, right? Because there was just so many of them. Like, how do you let that happen? That is a safety risk to everybody when you go making it easy for convicts to escape. Let's see. I was just looking for an update and I don't see anything about nobody being arrested, but then again, I haven't searched. Send me the story. Sidebar.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there, and if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1?
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a TechStream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry, yes, I do say collision.
You see the word, use of the word collision.
Yes. And
again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying TechStream events 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report, no.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every text stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have text stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a text stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
It's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's 20 minutes.
All rise, please. Judge, close your notebooks and follow me.
Okay, we knew it was time for the morning break, right? Hold on. Hold on, guys, I'm multitasking. I was right in the middle of something when she went to break, or to, yeah, the morning break.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also in a business of some kind? Well, if so, I want to tell you about Odoo. Their
We'll mute him out for a moment. Okay, next. Okay, sorry, I was looking at something. So I was looking at this filing that came. It's not a filing that came down in any case. It was a response to Lori Vallow Daybell, and her rack belt concerns. The sheriff's like, no, ma'am, you need to keep wearing that thing, just like the judge said. It's not an issue. They released a report. Let me get to it. Yeah, wake up, girl, wake up. This will put you to sleep if you're not careful. That's why my mind gets, when I get bored, things start to happen. I have to find things to entertain myself again. I'll start tuning stuff out and not even listening and go, oh, shoot, I was supposed to be listening. So Lori Vallow, in her last hearing, she requested they remove that rack belt because she thought that the jurors could see it hanging out of her clothes. And we all know she was standing kind of lopsided anyway and all that. And if you watched the hearing on my channel or Joe's, you saw that happening. But after the sheriff, because she claimed that the sheriff's office agreed with her that she didn't need to wear the rack belt, but they came out with a statement and said, no, that's not true. This is after reviewing defendant Lori Daybell's motion dated 5/6/25 regarding the removal of her rack belt during her trial. I have the following response. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office requests that the rack belt remain in play during the trial. The Sheriff's Office disagrees that the rack belt can be seen under her clothing. This device has been used for over 2 decades by the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office when inmates take part in their trials, and there has never been, to my knowledge, any evidence to date that a juror has been able to see or notice the rack belt around the defendant. While the belt is likely uncomfortable, it does not violate due process or prevent a fair trial. No, it doesn't, right? It's got nothing to do with it. Daybell is correct that the rack belts are universal and designed to fit a wide range of defendants. However, the excess slack from a smaller sized defendant does not stick out any noticeable way and is tucked inside the belt line to hide it. They are fighting over some ridiculous stuff over there. Good morning, Rachel. Welcome in. Good to see you this morning. The Citizens app, huh, Butterfly? I don't have that app. It's probably a good thing because I'd be like, oh, y'all come near my house, you crazy people. Does it give you information from all over the place? I wonder how much longer they'll keep this guy up there. I think he's hung himself enough, and it makes sorry, I was reading something. I think it's pretty well established. I don't know if we can trust anything this guy's saying. Okay, I see it now. Orleans Parish Jail employee arrested, accused of helping an inmate escape, the sources say. An Orleans Parish Jail maintenance worker was arrested Monday night and is accused of helping facilitate the escape of the 10 inmates in the Friday jailbreak, according to the law enforcement source familiar with the case. A maintenance worker. Goodness. This is the first arrest made in relation to the case outside of the recapturing of the inmates. The employee, 33-year-old Sterling Williams, is accused of cutting off the water so the inmates could pull the toilet from the wall. According to law, I wonder how much they paid him to do that. What did they promise him in return? Hey, cut off the water so we can snatch the toilet loose and run out of the toilet hole. They ran out of the toilet hole, y'all. Williams was booked into Plaquemines Parish on account of malfeasance in office and 10 counts of simple escape. That's not simple, according to online jail records. Attorney General Liz Murrell's office said in a news release Tuesday morning that Williams admitted to turning off the water in the cell where inmates escaped after an inmate told him to do so. Was that all it took? Hey, come here, maintenance worker. I command you to turn off that water. And he's like, okay, cool. He was initially booked into the New Orleans jail without incident before he was relocated to another facility. He might snatch a toilet off the wall, too. We will uncover all the facts eventually, and anyone who aided and abetted will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, said in the statement. I encourage anyone who knows anything, and even those who may have provided assistance, to come forward now to obtain the best possible outcome in their particular cases. 4 of the 10 escapees had been captured by Tuesday morning. All of the men who have been detained again were found in the New Orleans area. They didn't even try to get out of the area. They just stayed right there. The latest arrest came Monday evening when Louisiana State Police captured 21-year-old Gary Price in New Orleans East. The other 3 who have been caught are Kendall Miles, Robert Moody, and Decanon Dennis. I don't know how you pronounce that name. The 6 inmates still on the run are Antone Massey, Linton Van Buren, Jermaine Donald, Leo Tate, and Derek Groves, and Corey Boyd. I wonder what all their charges were individually. The arrest of the jail employee comes after Sheriff Susan Houston said the jailbreak could be related to an inside job. Well, you think? If not, y'all got serious issues, and it sounds like you got serious issues regardless, but if it wasn't inside help, you really got issues. What made this maintenance worker be like, okay, I'll turn off the water? Was he intimidated or something? Attorney General was tasked with investigating what happened inside the jail and said Monday afternoon that the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office was fully cooperating with the probe. The jailbreak has gone viral across the world, with surveillance videos showing the inmates breaking through a door and escaping through a wall behind a toilet. Notes were written to jailers on the wall around the hole where the inmates escaped, including one that said, "Too easy, laugh out loud." Holy wow. They left little notes for the jailers. This was too easy. Oh my gosh. The 10 men were discovered missing at 8:30 a.m. Friday during a routine head count. The escape occurred more than 7 hours before, around 1 a.m. So after they did their final head count that night before they all went to bed, they didn't walk around during the night and do a head count, because I know that's protocol at my county jail. U.S. Marshals and Louisiana State Police are confident the 6 men that are still at large will be captured. They might be trying to flee New Orleans, knowing y'all are already capturing some of them. The escape has prompted New Orleans attorneys to flee the city in fear of their safety. What? The escape has prompted New Orleans attorneys to flee the city in fear for their safety. Oh, like the attorneys that put them in jail, maybe? What? Are they that dangerous? Jeff Landry, to spar over the length of time convicted felons are housed in the jail before being moved to the Department of Corrections prison. Oh, y'all got an issue with that, New Orleans? Y'all letting inmates who are convicted sit there a long time before being transferred to prison? That is interesting. Why would the attorneys be fleeing the town? What do we have here? 4th inmate captured days after brazen. Wow. That's the interesting part to me. Why were these attorneys tuck tail and run out of town if that's true? That sounds suspicious. Y'all find that odd that the attorneys would just leave town like we're scared now of these toilet escapers? That's crazy. Apparently the person was caught on surveillance helping them. Sources say the employee was also caught on surveillance video handing a phone to an escaped inmate. Did he know one of them, right? I don't know if they were public defenders or not, Butterfly. That's what we got to look into this. That is super crazy. But he's caught on videotape handing one of the inmates a phone. So there's contraband in the jail. How did he get that contraband in without being caught himself? Oh, y'all got some bad jails over there, right? They've reached out to Louisiana State Police and Hudson's office for a comment regarding the arrest of the employee. 3 employees were suspended without pay in connection with the investigation into the escape. Uh-oh, we got more than just one employee involved. We got a couple. You can't hire jail employees that are willing to go out and help criminals escape. That's not being keeping your community safe at all if you got sketchy people employed that are willing to do that. So we have one's arrested for sure, a couple have been suspended without pay pending the investigation. Wow. I wonder who the other employees are. Were there anybody like it, just regular employees like this maintenance guy? Were they actual guards or what they were? The murderers are still on the loose. Was a couple of them convicted of murder? I need to look into their charges. I know here, generally, like when your trials are over and you're convicted and you have to wait to go to the state prison, they don't come take you individually, right? You'll sit there for a couple weeks and they'll accumulate a handful of people. And then they come in the middle of the night and bust them up and take them to prison, several at a time. So I don't know if they have the same protocol there or if they're letting their convicted people sit in the county jail way too long before they're transferred to prison. That might be an issue if they're going to escape. That's a crazy story. You could tell by the look of that video, though they were all piling out of the building, they had to have had help, had to have had help. Yeah. I don't know if I haven't really ever checked into like Louisiana, New Orleans, Jail View. We have a link here for our local jails called Jail View, and I can literally click on this link anytime I want to and go see everybody arrested in my county, the 2 counties that I'm in. Right, I'm not in 2 counties, obviously, but I'm really next door to one they're both mine. So I can go to either one of their links and view everybody arrested overnight, all day long, read all their charges. Well, I'm in Florida too, so there may be a difference. So I don't know if they have the same system set up over there. I've never looked into that. A couple of them have murder, and that's not surprising considering what's over there. Like my son went over to Mobile, Alabama on Friday to a concert, and I didn't want him to go. A lot of bad things happen over there. And he said it was fine. And when they went to leave, though, he said it got sketchy. And I said, now do you see what I'm saying about going over there? He said, don't worry, Mom, I won't go back. That's how bad it is over there in certain areas, right? In downtown Mobile, Alabama, lots of things happen, especially late night, overnight. It's scary. New Orleans is no better. I've been to New Orleans many a times. I know to keep there are certain precautions I take if I go to downtown New Orleans. Let's just put it that way. I haven't been back in a very long time. I really don't have a desire to go either, because it got so bad over there. It wasn't safe to even walk down the damn street at some points. Why would I go put myself in a position to get murdered, right, over my purse or something stupid? Thank you, Butterfly. I'll check that out. The victims and the witnesses go into hiding. Goodness, they're victims, poor things, because you know what? They're like, oh my God, they're going to come after us if they didn't. The diddler. Oh God, Carrie, don't make the mistake that I made and go get your Diddy update as you're falling asleep. They got Dog the Bounty Hunter down there. I thought he was trying to hunt Sebastian. Which one is it, mister? Are you trying to find Sebastian Rogers, or are you down there in New Orleans messing around now? I'm so confused. Well, if he's on it, we got nothing to worry about, right? He come in hot and found Sebastian right off the bat, and now he's going to go down here and find these inmates. Okay, sir. I think you need to sit down and retire. Because you came in hot to a case you knew nothing about and caused a little bit of fuckery. Can't blame it all on you. Not sure if you knew what you were getting into. But you did. You dove head first into that shit. It's funny. All these people with all this knowledge, and they're going to do this. Nobody has found Sebastian Rogers yet. Poor child. All these smart adults in there trying to find him. They're going to solve it. I think those people are still over there having a bunch of fights. I don't know. I so stopped looking at all them. Yeah, I made the mistake of going to sleep the other night listening to that Diddy stuff update, and man, I woke up in the middle of the night and I was like, whoa, can't unhear what I heard. I think it's easy to figure out that butterfly, right? Armed and dangerous. They probably okay, they network. All criminals have their networks. They have their people on the streets, and there's tons of illegal guns on the streets, right? It's a fact. They stolen out of cars, stolen out of homes, brought in, smuggling. Can't say they're not smuggled in, with the serial numbers all gone off of them. Of course, you can get your gun off the street. It's not hard. So they hook up with their people when they got out. I need this, I need that. And of course, criminals are going to help criminals. They're not going to go, oh man, I got to turn you in. Would they be crazy enough to retaliate for revenge and take that risk, or just go on and try to get the hell out of Dodge? Don't come down this way. Northwest Florida might not be the best place for you to come to. We got good old boys around here. We're not exactly downtown New Orleans. I'm only like 3 hours from New Orleans, so 3 hours from Tallahassee, Florida, and 3 hours from New Orleans, Louisiana. About 3.5. Depends on how fast you drive. I'm going to pull this up on the side because that fan's driving me nuts. It's starting to get me seasick. I'm going to need some medication to deal with that fan. Let me go look and see what Butterfly just sent me, guys. I can't pull up out of Discord directly. Oh, it's a News Nation clip? Okay. Oh, I know what I do, though. Hold on. I save it to a playlist, and that's how I do it. Let's see. We'll add it to today's playlist. Okay. We'll watch that while we're waiting. Hold on. Let me pull the stream back up on the side, though, so I don't lose track of what they're doing on their break. Okay. Let me pull this up and we'll play this News Nation piece. Take a look at it. Thank you, Butterfly. All right. Here we go. Let me get the screen up. If they come back to court, I'll take it down, but let's see what we can look at here. Let me get the, okay, here we go.
A scene out of a movie. Inmates busting out of jail in New Orleans. 3 men have now been captured. Another 7, however, remain on the run after escaping on Friday through a hole in a wall.
Oh, I saw
right
the
behind a
message.
toilet. The FBI now increasing its reward for information leading to the inmate's arrest to $10,000. That's on top of $5,000 reward by the ATF and another $5,000 from Crime Stoppers. News Nation's Mills Hayes is in New Orleans for us with the very latest. Where does this manhunt stand this morning? Any new leads?
Hi, Marnie. Well, we are checking in with our law enforcement sources, but as of now, we're still on day 4 of this manhunt. 7 inmates, as you said, still on the run at this moment. And Louisiana State Police, they say that they have actionable leads on all 7 of those fugitives, but admit that they could already be out of the state. They do believe they're getting help from family and friends. And you mentioned that reward.
Hey, Carrie, that's interesting because it's like that in Florida as well, right? If we have our medical marijuana, we're not supposed to have a gun. Like, what? Like, that's going to make me go out and unalive, folks? No, it's not. It's going to keep me from unaliving, folks.
It has doubled. And now, if you give a tip that leads to an arrest, it'll be $20,000 per inmate in total. So how did this all happen, right? The 10 inmates escaped by going through a hole behind a toilet, even leaving a taunting message above the hole saying, "Too easy." Of course, that was grammatically incorrect.
Look, they drew a face.
And then they threw blankets over a barbed wire fence and ran across an interstate around 1 in the morning. Sheriff deputies did not realize the inmates were missing until 7 hours later. 3 of the 10 escaped inmates were caught in the first 24 hours because of tips from the public. And
okay, look, when they were shaking on that thing, they had to have been making a lot of noise. Where were the corrections officers that were supposed to be manning the jail? They all on break at the same time in like a faraway room? What in the world?
Now, law enforcement is asking for help again to find the remaining 7, and the FBI says they strongly believe there are people helping the escapees evade capture. The Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson says it would be nearly impossible for the inmates to escape without help from the sheriff's office. At least 3 employees so far are being investigated and have been suspended without pay. And Marnie, there is some concern from the public about how long it took for law enforcement to realize that these inmates were missing, and then also how long it took them to tell the public, because this happened about 1 o'clock in the morning. The law enforcement didn't know until 8:30, and the public didn't know until about 11. Marnie?
Yeah, 7-hour head start. Not good. Mills, Louisiana's governor also issued multiple executive orders because of this escape. What will that do?
Right. Well, Governor Jeff Landry, he's ordering an audit of the Orleans Justice Center after this. And he also is asking for the Inspector General to come in and count how many of their inmates are actually Department of Correction inmates. And so he is saying that this was a massive failure and really laying blame on some of the local leaders in the area. Laundrie accused the New Orleans court system of going too slow. For example, one of the inmates still on the run, Derek Groves, pled guilty to manslaughter in October last year and was awaiting sentencing. The governor says that if he would have been sentenced by the court system, he would have been sent to a higher security facility and never been able to escape at all. Landry is laying blame at Orleans Sheriff Susan Hudson, Orleans Parish District Attorney Jason Williams, and judges at Orleans Parish Criminal Court. Governor Landry criticized systematic failures in the criminal justice system, including jail security and court inefficiencies.
Resolving these cases requires cooperation between the district attorney and judges, as only the judge has the ability to continue these cases. I'm asking the DA to explain to us and to the public why these cases are not progressing.
Right?
And we've reached out to the New Orleans district attorney. We're waiting to hear back, but...
Okay, so remember the other day or a week or so ago, we were looking at the corruption in certain departments. There was one I did not present to you guys yet because we didn't have time. It was all on New Orleans. And it was a huge case when it happened. And we still need to look at that because there's a particular employee of the sheriff's department. He was a cop. And he enlisted other cops to be a part of their bad cop program, we'll call it that. And what these guys were doing, it was a big scandal back in the day with New Orleans, and New Orleans has really never recovered from it. There's always been accusations like this leveled in that town. So this is insane that 2025 is still happening.
Jason Williams has previously said that this escape was completely unacceptable and that it was irresponsible of someone who was entrusted with the basic responsibilities around this jail. The governor saying that the audit of the jail would be complete by the end of the week. Marnie?
Mills, real quickly before I let you go, I mean, what's happening then around there? I mean, the public is obviously concerned as to where these men may be. Are there checkpoints? Are there alerts going out? Are people doing anything differently today than they would have before this happened?
Not really. And the police are telling people to be alert, but
I don't know what just happened. Good Lord. What happened? Oh. Huh. That is crazy. Corruption, you know? Yeah, it's a mess, and it's always been a mess, Rachel. It's been that way for a long, 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 long time. Oh, my dog just barked. I don't know what she's barking at. It's been that way a long time, and I didn't even get a chance to present to you guys the corruption that went down in New Orleans. Maybe we'll have to look at that on our next stream as well. That's crazy. And so what one person on what was that? Where'd that comment go? Yeah, right, Carrie? Oh, here it is. Rachel says only one person was on duty. That's not acceptable in a freaking jail just because it's nighttime. That's not how my county jail runs. It's full of people, day in, day out. They found one guy sleeping on a bus bench. Well, he didn't try to get too far, did he? He's like, I'm tired. I need a rest. I'm going to sit down right here on the bus bench and take me a nap and risk getting caught. Okay, fool. Go right ahead. I wonder where the rest of them are, you know, or if the people are crazy enough to continue to hide them out. I'd be like, dude, you got to get out of my house. Oh, people are getting cap blocks crazy over in the chat on that law and crime feed. They used face recognition. Who used face recognition? To do what? I don't want to bring up another clip yet in case they start court back up. They use face recognition to help escape? I'm confused. You know, it's horrible for their citizens, right? Because there's a lot of good people in New Orleans that have tried to maintain their life there beyond all the crime that surrounds them. Because anybody who lives close enough to the area knows that's a one crime-ridden place. Like, it's not good. But do you leave your hometown, right? Or do you stay and fight for it? They use facial recognition to capture one of the inmates. How did they do that? Man, an hour ago, like Law and Crime posted this thing, and it says, a man plotted to feed his romantic rival's body to pigs with the help from a nun. $1,000 and a bottle of good bourbon. What in the world? We got nuns helping people out? Some of these stories are just, whoa. Uh-oh, I saw a little bit of action there. Here we go.
back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event does it without more mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean without more that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You had said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
Yep. You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle?
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 three-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a three-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that three-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And, for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip-off, right?
So, sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it, yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits, bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip, so you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word?
Her work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card, yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Ms. Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake, yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Ms. Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Ms. Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Ms. Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip-off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip-off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle systems.
I do. Yes, I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier of the micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
In this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October.
Of what year?
2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases?
I have, yes.
In courts around the country?
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a magnet certified forensic examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you do.
Can you share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class with or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024?
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data?
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved with filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data-bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
Okay.
I was in the kitchen trying to prep for dinner later. So I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna lunch in a little while. Oh my goodness. Hank, you can't fix him lying and making some. Right. He's trying to do damage control. No, I'm not on mute. Can you not hear me? Nothing's changed. Okay. I was not talking. I was in the kitchen trying to. Uh-oh, my phone's in the. Okay. Can you hear me now?
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
Okay. And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data. And they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case?
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which, if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16 it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so this was triple D for identification. That will be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. Here we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Could we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
Okay, if we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using...
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that. That's his concerns.
She's going to allow that?
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the three-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
You were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, three-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, and then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the text stream event and that three-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3 second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3 second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that. Is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It's not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the three-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the three-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the three-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest. As well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variants will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the three-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Should we turn to the next page, please? Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So, again, this box is a...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay. Please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. and then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06, and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event, and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No, so I think those times are accurate, but again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21. We see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system, and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report, or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSorga's.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12/23/38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn, and now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSorga's.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay. Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer, and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments?
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well, adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time, so not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the three-point turn. It's right before the three-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the three-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
And when did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please, on scope?
They are so boring. I'm so over it. We went over and over and over and over and over all this. We get it. We understand. But oddly enough, there are people on Twitter who think this guy, the prosecutor's doing a brilliant job of redeeming themselves. I'm like, what? Yeah, Rachel, I mean, it's coming, he's talking and communicating. Somebody told him, right, Rachel? Somebody told him. But it doesn't matter how the guy, I mean, at this point, the damage is done. And they should have addressed, if a prosecutor should have addressed some of this stuff yesterday head on before he let his witness get destroyed on the witness stand. Then you come back and try to redeem your guy? Okay, well, I tuned out because, like I said, I'm in Florida and I got hurricane season to deal with, so I was doing something. Y'all lost me. I need to take a lunch break and get this guy off the witness stand because I'm done with him, just like I'm done with how long to die in the cold. If the man wasn't dead, who needs to figure out how long it took to die in the snow? Goodness. Yeah, first he said it was a copy and paste thing. He really didn't tell me to check. That was the other report he was talking about. And then I copied and pasted it, so it appears he looks like he did this time as well. Y'all can stop it now. They need some of that alphabet soup to go with their word salad. And I hope FEMA gets their shit together before hurricane season does get into full swing. Can I say that, y'all? If you live in a disaster area, you know all about some FEMA and the bullshit. I hope the weather acts right. Tell it to get some act right, butterfly. Get some act right. I tell you what, though, if y'all get down here and we get a hurricane, you come over here and hang out with me. All right, we'll go. We'll be safe. We'll be safe, girl. I got this. Maybe. I'm usually prepped and ready. Got the generator. Got all the things. But I won't stay up here during the storm because I get such wind. Even on a calm day, I could get like a wind storm out of nowhere and just destroy my whole yard. So I ain't trying to stay up here during the hurricane. I will be back as soon as it's over to make sure everything's still standing. And if it's not, I'll pitch a tent in the yard. We've dodged one since 2006 Hurricane Ivan, so we're almost due. I have to get my websites I usually go to up and running. My buoy. I look at buoys out in the Gulf, all kinds of stuff I look at. Yeah, I got some stories about them people, and they're not pretty. Can't say I totally blame them for it though back then, but y'all were supposed to get it together after that. Actually should have got it together after Hurricane Andrew ripped off every house roof in Miami, Homestead area, and y'all had to build tent cities. Y'all should have learned some lessons then. They did, but I blame funding, right? I blame other things for FEMA disaster. And I didn't take too kindly to somebody throwing paper towels around to hurricane victims as if that's going to do any damn good. Well, see, it also, Florida governor, our governor's way different than most governors in these state, hurricane regions. And I have to say, that's the one thing he does right. And if you live in hurricanes area, the first 72 are on you. But it took way too long to get my FEMA trailer once my home was destroyed. I had to sit in their parking lot and spend 3 hours on the phone fighting with them. And I'm like, I'm in your parking lot, literally. Because they had a big area set up in town that you were supposed to go into that office and do everything. And I had done been in there. So I ended up calling them. By the end of that phone call, guess what had happened, though? I had my trailer assigned. I had no home. I needed a trailer, man. Well, I had family to stay with, but I was ready to get out, I just have to be prepared. I'm a realist. I'm not going to speak it into existence. I just got to be prepared. So I'm nothing if not prepared, right?
A 50-minute lunch conference and
Lunch.
I thought it would be quicker than my boss.
Lunch.
Go for lunch and Mr. Burgess again.
Thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors.
She said something else, but I couldn't make out what she said because she was whispering. Or she wasn't mic'd up. We're going to mute that before Jesse pops up there. Okay. Joe, what are you doing? You want to come up? You got some things going on, don't you? You want to come talk about it? Butterfly, I really don't usually get too cranky until toward end of summer. We might get a couple of little tropical storms blow up out there, but those are nothing. But not to Floridians. Tropical storm, we can handle it. I doubt I even leave during a tropical storm. Well, I don't really have a reason to leave during a tropical storm, but if you come early enough in the season, you should be okay. I do feel bad for tourists when they get down here, though, and they're in the middle of their vacations, and all of a sudden there's a storm coming. They're like, oh, no. Okay, let me look at something really quick. All right. Yeah, usually I've watched the devastation roll through those areas for years. I'm a lifelong resident in hurricane country, right? I've seen the devastation it does to those states as well. It's the people who take care of each other in the end, a lot of times. And that happens here as well. As long as your state puts in that state of emergency ahead of the storm to get the aid in there as quickly as possible. And we can't say enough to all the power companies, right, that come from all over the place. They don't come just from within our country. They come from other countries as well. And they mobilize and get ready to come in as soon as the all clear is given and get down here as quickly as you can. But I have been without power for over a week before. It wasn't fun, but it is what it is. Social media is wild, y'all, right now. Twitter is just like, that's a crazy place. Some people out there talking smack on the Twitter that might come back to bite them in the butt. Not with this case, with another case. I'm like, y'all are putting everything out there for the world to see, but yet you didn't do nothing. Okay. I just heard a weird noise. Okay. Oh, it was Joe coming in. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
You slept in this morning for a change?
I did. Well, I kind of had insomnia last night, so I was up really, really, really late and early.
Oh, yeah. Par for the course, huh?
Yep.
I did that a little bit. I slept pretty good, though, I have to say. My son cooked spaghetti, and I ate spaghetti, and I went to bed.
That'll send you to sleep. That pasta sauce and the carbs together will put you to sleep every time.
And I love pasta. You know what? I do. I like pasta all kinds of ways. But, yeah. There's Joe's link. Thank you, Butterfly. You were reading my mind. Joe, what you got going on tonight over there on the channel? Tell us about what you got going on this week.
Tonight, we're going to continue the series with me and Kresha. diving into ritualistic abuse in the Mormon Church. We finally got through the Glenn Pace memo, so she's going to take us down some other roads. She had some receipts last week. Like, she was
Yeah.
pulling up newspaper articles and
Mm-hmm.
websites and stuff, and there were some people in chat that were Mormon that were like, holy cow, my eyes have been opened a little bit.
Good. I watched most of that, and so I commend her for doing that, because it's kind of odd that, like you just said, even some of the Mormons aren't aware of some of that stuff.
Yeah, I met one at Lori's trial on opening day. I was in line with one who used to be a bishop in the Mormon Church, and I was telling him about it, and he's like, I never knew anything like that happened. But
Wow.
he did know who Glenn Pace was, the guy that wrote the memo, who was a member of the something of the 70, like the Quorum of the 70 or something like that. They're the upper up in the Mormon Church.
So did the church try to bury that whole memo,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why a lot of them probably don't know about it. You think?
Absolutely.
You don't bury information from your own people. You just put it out there. It is what it is. Let's do better, right? But if it's damaging, you don't want that out there. Well,
nope,
that'd
it's a
be
bad
interesting.
look. Yeah, and he. So I wish I could have interviewed him. He didn't want to do any type of an interview, but I asked him, what happens when you're the bishop? When you were the bishop, and he was like in his 40s, he said, and someone would come into you for counseling. I said, did you get any training for that kind of counseling? And his gut reaction was, nope, we didn't have any kind of training to help us with that. We just kind of had to. He didn't. I'm paraphrasing. We just had to wing it, basically. Because they're all lay people without training that are in those that are put in those positions at the local level. So later on, he kind of backpedaled a little bit. He's like, "Oh, well, they told us we should do this and do that." But I'm going with his initial gut instinct, his gut reaction, which was
they may gave you guidelines, but that was about it, right? That no formal training and anything like that to help with that. Would be interesting to see what she brings up tonight on the show, for sure. Because I got to where lately when at the end of the day here, I just shut off everything as far as this case goes, and actually social media until late at night when I'm bored. Then I go like, oh, I'll go see what they're doing. But I've been bored with this case a little bit, so I'll come in and take a look at that for a while because it'll distract me for a minute. But you've got something else coming up this week as well, right?
I do, yeah. So we're going to premiere a video that we put together. I've had the help of a couple of people. We're going to do a 4-month update on the LA wildfires. So I had somebody go boots on the ground. It wasn't me this time, and take video footage of what the properties look like now. And then I got a hold of the Los Angeles County Public Information Office. They have 75 public information officers for LA County. But I got a hold of a real person who answered her phone and provided me with a bunch of information we're going to take a look at that goes along with that.
Well, that'd be interesting. So like Joe said, guys, he's working on this video for a while, and this I think it's going to be interesting to see, because like I have said before, even speaking about the hurricanes, every region, has this brand of natural disasters that come their way. And we've all known the wildfires there are devastating to the people there. And I feel for them because I know what it feels like to lose everything and try to get back on your feet, so it'll be interesting to see that. And when are we doing that?
That is Thursday afternoon. So Thursday is supposed to be a half day in Karen Reed. So it's going to be, we're shooting for 3:00 Eastern.
Yeah.
So that'll be 2:00 your time. So that gives people time to wrap up their after show after Karen Reed's half day. And then we'll slide into that and give people something to watch, in the afternoon on Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, that'll be a change of pace, and to bring attention to these types of things. Because once these disasters occur, it's on the news, everybody sees it, and then they go away. Not the disaster, but the media and the things, they just go away. And even like Rachel was saying, the South Carolina, North Carolina, people don't stick with the stories and see the long-term effects, right? So on these areas and to the people who live there. So it'll be interesting to see that video because I haven't seen a lot of updates coming out of there, aftermath,
I haven't either.
recovery.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Yeah, it's just not big news, right, to talk about the recovery situations. And I guess even after big hurricanes here, within a week, the coverage starts to fall off and everybody goes on about their lives again. But we're all like, well, hell, we don't even got a house. We can't go on with our lives yet, So I totally feel for everybody out there.
Yeah, and I think it's a twofold problem. Number one, we're that type of society that once the problem's over, once the disaster's over, we go look for the next one to cover in the news. And also, it's Los Angeles, so people are like, well, they're rich, they're wealthy, they'll survive, they'll be just fine. And
it's not like that for all of them.
No, it's not. It's definitely not. And you would be surprised at the number of properties that look like, when we watch this video, the number of properties that still look like it just happened yesterday, that are in not any closer to moving on with rebuilding than they were the day after.
Yeah. I've heard many times over the years people say things like, oh, y'all should just move. Or why do you live near water? This is our home. Where do you want us to go? Are we just supposed to up and leave because we might get a storm? So do people in California just up and move because they might get a wildfire, right? Do people who live in tornado country, should y'all just move in case you get a tornado? It's baffling to me, the things that people say. I got really mad one year after Hurricane Ivan. It was back when Fox News was touting themselves as fair and balanced, Fox News and all this. And I saw this guy, was it Shepard Smith? I'll never forget him. He made me so angry. He gets up there and he starts bad-mouthing people for not leaving. And I'm like, that is not fair and balanced. Where are we supposed to go? Jump in our cars, hit the interstate, and be stuck for 6 hours in traffic trying to get to Alabama, to inland area? That what you mean, sir? Because trust me, been there, done that, and that was no fun. No fun at all. Not knowing what's happening back at your house, and then to realize they've convinced you to leave, and then you do leave and you're stuck on an interstate for hours in traffic, knowing that hurricane's going to come right towards you while you're stuck there. Spent the night in a Holiday Inn parking lot in the car because we couldn't even get a room. I was so mad. Like, never again will I leave my home. I'll go to a shelter and stay, and I've done that once. That I had to leave and go to a shelter, and it was because it just got, well, we had the kids, and it just got way worse than they anticipated. And it wasn't even a Cat 1 hurricane, but we weren't far from the fire department, and my neighbors were going, and they never left. And I was like, okay, we'll go with y'all. So we all just went in there and chilled out for the night and went back home the next day. But still, it's devastating for places who have to go through this stuff.
Yeah, and that public information officer shared some links with me to some interviews and some television videos that we'll take a look at with the interviews, people right after it happened, and it's just as devastating for them as it is anybody else that loses their home. I mean, it is heartbreaking. Yeah, it
is. We had to go back for months after our home was destroyed just to try to find stuff in the debris. The amount of sand that came in from the beach over into our properties was I was surprised at how much sand. And not only that, just pieces and chunks of marble from these big condos on the beach were ending up in our yards, and it's just trying to go through everything and find. It's shocking what you find when you don't even know you're going to be finding it, right? Like, my ex was walking and he was kicking the ground with his feet, and he stopped and he bent down and he picked something up, and I noticed it. So I walked over, and it was a little brown leather pouch that had belonged to his mother, who had passed, and inside was her favorite silver bracelet that had a horse charm on it. We both knew it was in the house. We both knew it was in the house. It was very special to him. And after the storm was over, that's the one thing he found. And it was literally buried in the dirt, and he found it completely by accident. I have that to this day. He gave it to me to put up for our son, and I have it to this day. And It's just like, that was such a blessing that he found it. right? Because if I showed you pictures of what that house looked like and the surroundings, it was like, oh my God, you're never going to find anything. And we got lucky and found a few things, but that was about it. It's hard to pick through your property and when it's rubble, and I can imagine with it being burned, right? That's twofold. Because if
Yeah.
you do find it, is it going to be worth keeping once you find it? You know what I mean? Is it going to be destroyed? So my heart does go out to people, even the tornadoes, all the things. It shows humanity at its best when things like that happen, but it also can show humanity at its worst as well.
Yeah, we've got a couple of charities that we vetted that are good, legitimate charities, and we're actually going to donate all the donation, all of the super chats and super stickers that come in Thursday night. We're going to donate to those two charities.
Well, that's nice. That's good, because I don't think people really, even like here with the Red Cross moves in so quickly, and they're literally the first go-to for some people. And I remembered after when Hurricane Ivan was approaching, I had seen the because I was a member of the Junior Red Cross when I was a kid, going into middle school. But they were like, call the Red Cross and call the 1-800 number. I did that. While everybody was trying to reach FEMA and didn't know what to do, where to turn, I was like, I remembered what the lady at Red Cross told me, so I called the line immediately. The next day, I had somebody from Red Cross in the yard meeting me over there. And the amount of help they were willing to give right there on the spot it blew me away. Here, they interview you and talk about your losses and different things. And then before they drove away, I had a Visa card in my hand to go buy clothes with, because I didn't have any shoes. I lost one during the storm. And then when we finally got down to Fort Walton Beach, where there's finally a gas station open, this lady noticed me in this long line of people standing there with no shoes on. And she's like, no, this is not going to work. And she walks away and she comes back with shoes. She's like, I got 5 pair in my car. I'm not going to stand here and watch you not have a pair of shoes on. I was like, man, yeah, I mean, things like that, the little things, that you don't think means a lot to somebody, but it can mean everything. So that's a good idea to donate like that to the charities that are going to be out there helping, even with food after these storms pass by. When you're out there trying to clean your property up and figure out where to go, the Red Cross would come through with their van, and they were handing out hot meals to us while we're there on the properties cleaning up what we could and getting what we could out of the homes. They would come down and just make their way down the streets, and be giving us water, giving us food, giving us snacks, all sorts of things. So it's good to see.
Yeah, those stories are awesome. And you've also got the stories of people who take advantage of people in disaster situations.
Oh my God.
So mad.
You're not even dude, I could tell you some stories. Unfortunately, people I knew or I found out about that did just that. I knew someone who didn't have any damage whatsoever, but yet they claimed they did. And someone told me about it. And I was like, are you kidding me? We are over here with and these are people who knew us, right? And I was like, But you're right. People will take advantage of that, and they're filing claims and they're getting resources and for no reason. Just to be getting them because you can, because they're not going to run out and vet every single story they're getting calls about, right? They're just trying to help. And I think people do step in and take advantage of that. And it's really horrible, because what if somebody called right behind them who really, really needed the help, and they're like, oh, we're out of funds now, right? Because Tom, Dick, and Harry over here got free. It's crazy. It takes all kinds of kinds, Joe, and they're going to come out of the woodworks, aren't they?
They are, and you get the people, not just the homeowners. So that makes it harder on FEMA and the FEMA workers, because they have to sort through those applications and verify damage and all of that. But you also get the people on the side of the road. We saw during Milton last year. My son took a picture of a dude on the side of the road selling red gas cans, like those 2.5 gallon gas cans, for like $20.
Yeah, well, that won't fly in Florida, because our governor will throw you in jail for price gouging. That is a real thing in Florida. We see it. We saw it for too many years, but they don't allow that anymore. I mean, you take a risk if you're going to get on in Florida. If you're going to get on the side of the road and try to sell gas, you're taking a risk, because these good old boys might have another story for you, right? Because it's not acceptable.
No.
It's not acceptable.
First of all, you're taking gas from somebody who needs it, and then
Mhm.
second, you're taking advantage of them in a vulnerable position.
Yes, and that's why I try not to wait when they're calling for the preparations. You know, my son and I, we try to get our gas, because these gas stations will run out of gas with a quickness, and then everybody's running all over town trying to figure out who's got gas, who doesn't. Everybody's calling each other, where do you see gas, and all this stuff. Been there, done all that. Got sick of doing all that. So we try to get everything done way ahead of the storm. And people are like, well, it may not come here. It's going to, jog here and jog there and do this and do that. You can't predict where the wildfire is going to trail off to. You can't predict what these hurricanes are going to do last minute. You better just be prepared just in case, right? But taking advantage of people and the price gouging, that's a real big deal in Florida. And we don't like it, and we don't want to put up with it. So I could only imagine those poor people having to deal with that. Rachel, I'm sorry about that. My son's grandmother also passed in a house fire, and that's the lady who I was just talking about where my ex found her little pouch with the horse thing. That was all he had left of his mom. Literally was that one item, and he was able to find it. So bless you for getting what you could. It's devastating for sure. That'll be an interesting video, Joe. I know you and I talked about it briefly yesterday, and I'm looking forward to watching that with you guys, because I think getting that kind of awareness out there is important. I don't think people are aware sometimes, like after the fact, how this continues to affect these areas.
Yeah, and California's a whole nother state also. I worked there for 3 years.
Yeah.
And I worked in land development, and working with the government to just get anything that's like ordinary. Okay, I want to design a subdivision, build a subdivision. Okay, it takes years and years and years to go through that whole approval and design process.
I've noticed that with them, and they got a lot of restrictions now in place, right? That they used to not have over there in California about building and stuff. Okay, all right.
Well, for individual buildings, they've got their very strict codes. So you build your house so it's more or less earthquake proof, right? Because they have earthquakes out there.
Yeah.
So now you've got to have special protection for wildfires too. So they discourage. I don't know if they have outright outlawed asphalt shingles, but asphalt shingles will burn your house down if you're like a mile away from a wildfire, because those ashes will float all over there and they'll land on your roof, and next thing you know, your whole house is on fire.
Well, building codes do improve over time. Like after Hurricane Andrew hit and leveled Homestead, Florida, and it took every roof. I mean, if you go look at old footage, you will see every single roof gone. Houses still standing, but no roof, right? Why? They investigated and found out why. Building codes, right? And so now they've changed all that. We don't lose roofs like we used to. But I bet the cost, though, is astronomical out there, right?
Right.
It is a lot more costly to live out there. And I would imagine having to deal with all those building codes and everything is quite expensive, especially if it comes down to materials you're allowed to use and things like that, right?
Yes. Yeah. And also you have to hire a professional to do that. You have to have a professional, like a professional engineering company to put together your site plan for your new house. Well, before that even starts, and we'll probably talk about this again on Thursday. So this is a good like lead up to that. It gets my mind going in that direction. So first of all, you've got to have a proper demo team who follows guidelines. So all of that toxic stuff that you're removing from your property doesn't like end up affecting somebody else's property or the public in general. So you got to have a very specific demo plan. And then you've got to have an engineer put together a very specific site plan. You got to have a professional architect put together your architectural plans for approval through the local government and the state government. You got to go through both. And then you've got to have a contractor, an approved contractor, build it. And the price of building construction materials is higher now than it was many years ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. We we see spikes in that every time we have a hurricane. It can be incredibly difficult to get supplies at a good price. And so I understand that completely. Don't they have like code build I don't know what the right word terminology to say it, but like there's certain things you have to do to protect wildlife when you're building these homes now. Different things like that come into play. So even if you lost your home, to rebuild could be way more of a challenge than it was prior, right? Because things
Absolutely, yeah.
change.
You don't get grandfathered in anymore. You have to
Right.
adhere to all of the current codes when you rebuild your house.
Yes, that's how it is here as well. And we went through a housing crisis after Ivan because the people who did lose homes had to go rent new homes, and the market wasn't able to keep up. The houses went quickly, and then there was nothing left. And that's when rent in Florida alone skyrocketed, right? And the insurance rates followed right along suit. And that's been a big battle here since then. It's never really recovered from that. So I can only imagine how it is out there because they probably have so much more to enforce with their building codes than we do here, because we're not trying to protect wildlife with every time we build a new home. It just depends on where you're at. But so I know there's a lot of changes have occurred out there. So it'll be an interesting show for sure to take part in. Rachel says they got a metal roof. Do they have metal roofs out there, Joe? I don't even know.
I haven't seen one in California, but I haven't actually been boots on the ground in California for 5 years. So they might, but they usually do those clay tile roofs. Those are fairly fire resistant.
I've seen those out there. So I bet you every region has their preference, right, or whatever their codes are at that point in time. But I've noticed that with a lot of houses out there. And it's okay. And I get wanting to build to prevent as much damage as possible, but you're only going to be able to do so much, right? And if the cost is so out there, you can't afford it, is the help there to offset those costs? And it's not. That's why you're still seeing homes out there that look like they've not been touched since the fires, right?
Right. And that's why you see companies like State Farm say, we're not providing wildfire insurance to houses in California anymore. And they did that.
Yeah, we have that same problem here. Flood insurance in Florida. And when I watch the hurricane adjusters, the insurance adjusters walk into our house, and the one wall that was left standing, look at that wall and say, oh, well, up to here was water damage. And then from here up was wind. You got two separate things going on here to file. And we're just like, dude, the whole house is destroyed. You see that, right? But no, we got to declare which part of the house was destroyed by water and which part was destroyed by wind. And it's like, what in the world? It was just destroyed by a hurricane. Can't we call it that? Either way. So it gets very specific, and it gets very dicey for people who are paying. I can only imagine what their insurance premiums are out there, right? Because it's crazy here in Florida.
Right. And say you did have a grandfathered insurance policy for wildfires in California that State Farm said, we're not going to cover them anymore, any new policies, but you're already covered, so you're allowed to have wildfire insurance. And they file their claim.
Yeah.
But then they go to rebuild their house, and their new house can't have wildfire insurance because State Farm paid out their claim, and they're like, all right, we're done with you. Now we're not issuing you any new wildfire insurance.
And then what are you supposed to do at that point, right? You just take a risk now that my new house gets destroyed next season in a fire. I am out of luck. Right. And, we had that problem here, and then the governor, and it's crazy because we know these big insurance companies throw a lot of money at these government entities, right? They back their campaigns, they fund this and they fund that. And then when they're like, don't you dare let the people have a little break from the insurance. We spend a lot of money on your campaigns and this and that. It gets sketchy. And then the people start to turn. They're like, no, we don't care how much money you've donated to this political person. They need to do their job now and protect us, the taxpayers. It's a money-making scheme almost with these insurance companies. It's a scam.
Oh, absolutely. Like, remember back in the 80s, in the 70s when we thought doctors and lawyers made a whole bunch of money.
Oh yeah.
Insurance companies make those people look like nothing. Like the
Oh, they do.
CEOs of insurance companies make 8-9 figures a year. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Well, we saw that disaster over there with that health insurance guy. What happened over there with Luigi? I mean,
Oh,
they do
yeah.
make a lot of money. They're getting, because the companies are making tons of money off the people. You know, oh yeah, we'll insure you, but it's going to cost you so much. It's insane. And then next year, when your house gets destroyed, we may not give you back your coverage.
Or how about this? This happened to my dad, and then it happened to me. Perfect driving record throughout the year, several years in a row, and no accidents, no nothing, no tickets. Then boom, we're going to increase your automobile insurance by 25%. Just because we can.
I got beef with them people already. We can go all day about that. They're trying to screw me now because my kid totaled my car. They want me to pay $12,000 to fix up a scuffed up concrete barrier. It's a scuff. I've seen the pictures. It's a black scuff mark. How does that cost you 12 grand? Like, dude, really? That's crazy, Joe. It's a shame more can't be done to rein these insurance companies in, you know, and make them have a heart, at least a little bit, a little bit of empathy. Y'all know you're making a lot of money, that you just get mad because you got to pay it out. You still make a lot of money. Where's all those funds going that you collect on premiums month after month after month? Are they just going to pay your CEOs? And then you're going to cry, you don't have the money to pay out to you individuals. Well, where's our money been going all these years? We don't have a hurricane every single year, sir. We have them, you know, every now and then. So where's your money going? Florida may not even get hit by a hurricane this year. Nobody may be impacted directly by a hurricane this year. If we get lucky enough, they turn away or die out. So all year long, when you're collecting these premiums, where did that money go? It's going to pay people. So I think reform is something that they really need to take seriously and look at with these companies. But it almost feels like these politicians are afraid to, because of the amount of money these insurance companies throw at them.
Oh yeah. So something has to change in Washington, because you've got a whole bunch of dark money that's going to campaigns, not just Washington, state level too, but mostly Washington. Most of the money's in Washington. You've got the dark money that's getting donated, and we don't know who's actually donating it.
Right.
You've got no term limits, so you have people that are like 90 years old still in Congress for like their 30th year that are receiving a bunch of this money and go from, you know, making 6 figures a year to all of a sudden they're worth millions of dollars. Go check in, you know, Nancy Pelosi and who's the one from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell. Both sides of the aisle, you've got a Democrat and you've got a Republican, and both of those are immensely rich right now because they've been in Congress forever
and a day. Oh my gosh. I guess there should be a retirement level at some point. You know, I totally got turned off the politics a few years ago and stopped watching anything going on there. But insurance stuff is something we have to pay attention to if we're Florida residents, right? Because it affects us. And a lot more does need to be done, you know, and I don't know what it's going to take to have that happen. Or if it will take, like, you know, one governor standing up to these people and saying enough's enough, you know. Because you got to face your people at some point. It's like our Florida governor's been through that. He's, you know, wanted to take up for the insurance companies in the beginning. People were like, excuse us, sir, we voted for you. What are you doing? Because we don't have the amount of money they have to throw at you, we're no longer important. That's the vibe we were getting, you know. Even the ones that support the governor were feeling it once they were impacted at that level. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess.
It is, I think, and everybody, even from the comments that are coming up, everybody is seeing it, you know, from different areas. Like Butterflies had the same issue with a hit and run, you know. Everybody's talking about the different things they've had to deal with, and I think we all know that it is a problem, you know. Just when will it change? That's the thing, we don't know. what will cause that change, right? What will push, how much pushback do the American people have to really give? And then, if we go and protest, and are they going to throw us in jail for it? And all the things like that start coming up. And it's like, man, stop trying to control it and just hear us out. We're not stupid. You're making tons of money. And I understand that if a hurricane devastates an area or a wildfire area like that, they're going to pay out a bunch of money. But you've been collecting money all this time, so y'all aren't setting funds aside and setting things up so you can actually pay the payouts when it's time. You sure expect premiums due on time. And if they're not, guess what? Insurance is canceled. So it's like, what was happening here. That'll be an interesting. I know you've been working on that video for a while, so I know you're glad to get it finished and get it out there.
Yeah, I hope it has some impact. I hope that it touches somebody, but it's at least, exposing where we're at right now in the process,
Yeah.
to the public, like getting the word out. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, well, because it's important because like every region has their thing, and then, like we say though, the media goes away after a bit, and even the tornado areas when they come through, it's once the media is gone, the eyes are gone, and people are still left in their wake dealing with all these things. And you don't know where to turn sometimes, especially, you have to turn to local agencies and things of that nature, to church organizations. We had one here that they opened their doors and they're like, you guys, they came down the street and were telling us, come down to the church, come down to the church. And we're like, okay. So me and my girlfriend, we went down there and they had everything you could possibly need. Like, we had nothing. We lost everything. Toiletries for taking baths. I mean, all kinds of things you wouldn't even imagine they thought of were in this building. And we were allowed to go in there and get what we needed. And if it wasn't for that little bit of help on the spot, I don't know when, all the stores were closed. They can't open with no power and things of that nature. So the local agencies that step in to help, and the churches and the organizations, I think they need to be really propped up as well. And if you're going to donate money to these kinds of things, donate to organizations are going to give back and do it right. Even a meal is something is hard to come by after a hurricane, a good meal, besides an MRE. God, man, MREs, I swear. My grandfather had his favorites, and I'm like, ew.
I volunteer with Florida Search and Rescue, and
Yeah.
we shipped a whole truckload of MREs down there after one of the hurricanes a couple of years ago, and I'm like, I wonder if all of those got eaten or if they're still sitting in somebody's
A lot of them
pantry
did. I'm going to just tell y'all, after Hurricane Ivan, I know for a fact a lot of those MREs did get eaten. Some of them didn't because some were gross. But a lot of them, they weren't bad. I'm going to have to say, I was like, ugh, I'm scared. We were all like sitting around joking about it. We're like, who's going to taste this first? And then we make the bravest one go in first. And we're like, oh, it's not that bad. Okay. And then we're like, okay, we'll try, but so it can be a blessing, especially if you're literally, you don't have anything else, to do at the moment. Because in my van, I had everything to survive for 2 solid weeks packed in the back of that van, but it floated down the road and everything in it became wet. So there went my stove, my propane, everything was in that van. I should have gotten that van and drove away a lot sooner, but it was too late when it began to float down the road. Full-size Chevy van, conversion van on top of that, picked up by the water and floated down the street. I wasn't even sure where it went until daylight because it was dark. And I remember at the time, my ex, he's like, the boat is gone. I'm like, I was about to go jump in the boat. He's like, you can't, it's gone. It was in the front yard on a trailer. It was way across the street, deep in the woods. Our roommate's Dodge pickup full size was floating. The van, then he starts telling me the van is now floating. I'm like, oh my God, we're going to float away. But yeah, even when you are prepared and then everything you had set aside is gone as well, MRE might come in handy for a minute until you can get down to the store 3 hours down the highway.
It's better than going hungry, right?
It is
Well,
because
most of the time.
it was because like literally we had to drive all the way down to Fort Walton Beach just to get to a gas station that was open. It was insane. And then we got down there and everybody in town was down there, and it was just a matter of then of people helping people, and so I think enough can't be said about the people within the communities helping each other out. We have the Florida has a saying, the first 72 are on you, because they can't even guarantee they can get to you, right, until they clear roadways, things like that. So
That's true. With
yeah.
Florida Search and Rescue, like you can't even send your boots on the ground teams in until you know that it's safe. Sometimes they'll go ahead and do it on their own. They'll make that decision to do it on their own.
Yeah.
And you, as an organization, you're at risk for that. Like if something goes wrong, like think worst case scenario, then that's your team member that's in there that something happened to.
Yeah, it's that's why they stage, right outside the area. A lot of times they'll do the staging you'll see starting to happen because they want to get in as quickly as possible, but it has to be safe at the same time. We have a lot of
And
bridges here.
That's a tough one with hurricanes. It's a tough one to figure out where are you going to stage that's safe. Like if you don't even know where that hurricane can wiggle and waggle and go one direction and go another.
They stage far inland. A lot of times they'll stage up in the Carolinas, they'll stage in Georgia, they'll stage up in North Alabama, and be ready to go as soon as the all clear is given. And they're coming. We cannot say enough about all the power companies that come to help. And I know after Ivan and my grandfather lost the power box directly to the house, you know what I mean? Not the power pole out there situation, but it was like right there at the house. And we had a Frenchman who was here, and he and my grandfather became best buddies, and my grandpa called him Frenchie. And he was a Frenchman from France, over here working. And he stayed every day. He was at my grandpa's house for 2 solid weeks. He would stop by and check on my grandfather because they'd already ordered everything he needed to get the house back in, powered back up. And it was taking a while for all that to happen. But he, like every time we turned around, Frenchie was showing up just to check on my grandfather. And that was beautiful to see. You don't get that kind of empathy all the time. So there's a lot of goods that, humanity at its finest. And then again, you get those who want to take advantage as well. The looting that can occur. Looters get a lot of trouble. I can imagine we saw looting after the riots in LA, right? So I imagine that if those areas that get devastated have like any stores around there that got damaged, the looting is probably just as bad.
Yeah, and so the law enforcement then has to pass a curfew, right?
Yep, we have that here. Mm-hmm.
So, and they do that because of looters. Otherwise, search and rescue teams could still be out at night looking for people, but they can't because of that curfew.
Well, we had curfews go into effect here after storms because they don't want you out and about at night because it can be dangerous and this, that, all kind of things. And I remember it's not funny, but it was kind of was because it's my brother. It is what it is. But when I finally got a phone to call my family 3 days after the hurricane, I told them I'm okay because they still didn't know. My brother was like, "Do you want me to come and get you?" I'm like, "Yeah, I really do." He's like, "Well, there's a curfew, but I'm coming anyway." And he was like on an hour from me, but we're in the same town, but an hour apart, right? And the only way to get to me was that hour-long back roads drive. And he's like, "I'm going to come down the old highway and all this." Well, he got stopped halfway on his journey to me. And he told the cop, he said, "I understand there's a curfew, but my sister, we ain't heard her in 3 days. She's stranded in Gulf Breeze. House is gone." The cop said, "Go get her and get your ass back to the house." My brother said, "See ya." He took off. Cop let him go. He got to me. I threw my bag on the back of the truck, what I had, and we were gone. I was, get me out of here. I need to get out of here. But yeah, those curfews are in place for a reason. And it's to protect people. When the power goes out and you're trying to stay at your property because you want to protect it, you almost have to stay at your property or you're going to leave it open to anybody and everybody. And not everybody's going to be bad and have bad intentions, but man, they're out there. We've seen it here firsthand. And who would do that to somebody? Go picking through their home and their rubble to get out whatever they can find, and you as a person haven't had the chance to do that yet. I mean, that's crazy. It's rude. I'm going to steal your stuff.
It's
I'm going to steal your
worse than
stuff
rude.
out of your destroyed home while you're not at home, okay? It's like, goodness. Let me roll up to my house and find looters going through my stuff. It may not end well.
Right, and think about this during the wildfires too, because I have 2 family members and their families that had to evacuate. Fortunately, their houses didn't get impacted by the wildfires, but they still had to leave their house unattended for long periods of time. So
Yeah.
when you're talking about looters, I mean, they're not looking for those houses that burned down. They're looking for those houses where nobody's home.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's not going to be a lot to get out of the homes that were destroyed, right? They're, like you said, they're out there trolling and doing their thing, and it's crazy, that. But it takes all kinds. And us being in true crime, we know there's a bunch of crazy people out there that's going to do some crazy stuff that makes no sense to us. So for the thieves to come out full force and try to take advantage of a situation, it may not end well for them sometimes.
Especially in Florida.
Especially in here, because we got tired of it. We got the right to protect our property just as much as you think you got the right to come in here and loot our property. No, what you're doing is against the law. What I'm doing is called stand my ground, as Florida. And yeah, not George Zimmerman style. I don't know what that fool was doing.
I don't either, but he didn't get convicted, so.
No, he didn't. But there's a lady in Florida that was convicted, even though she shot her husband in self-defense, and they said she wasn't standing her ground, but she won on appeal. Wow, a lot of us were behind that lady 100,000%, especially once the documents and everything came out about that case. They railroaded her. She was a black woman. She had been a white woman would have been the same. We had to wonder that, right? And we hate to even think that, but it's the truth. Fortunately, her case was overturned and she was let go because it was obviously a stand your ground situation, a self-defense situation on top of that. But yeah, nobody wants their stuff to get stolen to start with, especially when all you have left is a pile of rubble and you got some freak coming in wanting to go through all. No, that's not acceptable. It's really not. So you came in late to the stream, Joe. Howard, you didn't get to see the defense finish off the guy.
I did not. Fill me in. Fill me in on details.
Okay. Hold on one second. Sorry, I had to cough a little bit. They just continued the takedown and showed all of his discrepancies and really just went to bat at him. I ended up tuning a little bit of it out because it got repetitive, but they did a really good job of pointing out his errors, I guess you could say. They kept saying errors. Yeah. Yes.
So yesterday they mostly attacked his CV, his resume, whatever you want to call it. They attacked that and the discrepancies in that and his LinkedIn account and all that. Did they actually attack the evidence this morning?
Yeah, they were going through all of that because Dr. Welcher, is like an engineer. Here you got this guy is, got some cell phone training and all this stuff. He's going to come in and save the day last minute. Like, I figured out a way to figure out these clocks. Like, all these other experts that have testified, if nobody's mentioned anything about these clocks need to be synced or whatever he was over there doing, he's the only one. And they just pointed out too many flaws in his reports and amended reports, right? That just didn't make sense. And if his report is accurate, then John O'Keefe was moving around once he passed away. If the state, yeah. It's if you, especially when you start going back and then you're looking at the timeline, that's what the defense is upset about. You're changing the whole timeline at this point mid-trial because
right,
you didn't
but
like
but
what the report said.
What we discussed earlier was, did he change it by 27 seconds or was it something more than that?
He's got that. He's got a 26-second discrepancy. The way he decided that these clocks weren't synced up, and the way he decided the methods he used to sync the clocks up is a bit sketchy. I've never seen anything like that in my life, and I've seen a lot of testimony. I've been monitoring data like this for years, right? When cell phone data was first introduced into trials, especially here in Florida, and the way this guy's describing his work and how he came up with his conclusions, I'm like, dude, you're. And then he had the nerve to say on the stand earlier that he was concerned that Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint slide would mislead the jury. That's not your decision. We only need you to report the exact data you recovered from these devices, and you don't need to worry about what's misleading to the jury. That's literally not your job. But the judge allowed him to say that on the witness stand.
Wow.
Yeah, she allowed that.
Well, and I did see the part of the back end of it here where Hank was redirecting him, and he said, "So I called you, right? And then you prepared a report, right?" And I'm like, "Wait, what? Why is the prosecutor calling him and he's preparing a report based on that phone call that gets delivered to the defense around May 8th, like in the middle of the trial?"
But the prosecution said the other day they didn't direct him to do that. He come up with that on his own.
So did he just contradict himself then?
He sure did. Sure did. Exactly. And I was like, whoa, did he just do? Yeah, because the other day he said that report was triggered in response to a mistake the defense expert made. And I was like, what? You need to explain that a little better, Mr. Prosecutor. And then, so then he claims he didn't reach out to the guy, but then he says the opposite of that today. Because, according to the report, the witness says he copied and pasted where it made it look like Brennan reached out to him for the second report. But he didn't, though. I was just me copying and pasting stuff. Like, dude, you're sketchy with your copying and pasting. I do that when I do the description in my thumbnail or for the live. I copy and paste every day, right? I just change a couple of things. That's it. I'm not an expert defense witness or a prosecution witness in any shape of capacity. I don't need your copy and paste stuff there. So that's, what do you mean? Yeah. So he's over here saying they all reached out to you and they were like, well, what did you do? Did you call him or not? Who reached out to this guy to ask him to amend his report or to look into it further?
And then Butterfly says earlier he said he sent him an email. So who sent an email? Who called who? When did that report get started on? We know when it got delivered, around May 8th, my birthday. Happy birthday to me.
Yes. Yeah. It's crazy. Wow. And, Miss Shorty has a theory. And Miss Shorty's theory is the state trying to throw their case because walking away with an acquittal is better than walking away with a failure. I don't know. Would they go? Would they? I don't know. I don't know. And
it's wasting a lot of people's time. That's for sure.
Exactly. I would be so mad if that was the truth, because I would be like, what are you doing here wasting everyone's time? It makes no sense. Or does he just really want to get this win at all cost? And it's not our fault. Their own witnesses are coming apart at the seams and appearing super sketchy. It's not my fault Jen McCabe was questioned by another agency about her testimony, and things like that. Y'all did that. Just kind of like Indiana, y'all did that, not me. So of course we're going to question things, right? And I see a lot of people on the Twitter were taking up for this witness yesterday and this morning. And I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, but when I read their post, I'm like, did y'all not see the guy's testimony?
Well, you know what? If he's willing to lie on his curriculum vitae and he's willing to lie on his LinkedIn, then is he willing to lie about whether or not he was watching Whitten's testimony?
Exactly. Someone told him about that testimony, didn't they? And they were sequestered and weren't supposed to watch it. So what prompted him to decide to maybe I should look into this further and get these clocks to jive with each other? What prompted that if you weren't asked to do it? If you
Well, and
didn't
it doesn't even make sense because that last slide, I did see the last couple of PowerPoint slides
Yeah.
that Hank was showing to him. The variance differed. It was like 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 8 seconds, 23 seconds. I mean, it went back and forth. Like, it
It did.
doesn't even make sense.
I took screenshots of all of that when it was being displayed up there on the monitor, and I was reading it as I was muted out, looking at it, studying it, and I was like, this is not even making any sense at this point. You know, and why are there all these different companies weighing in on this trial? Aperture, Celebrate, all these different, you know, it's just crazy. That's how you get sketchiness with this data stuff when you got all these different companies involved. And why did you need to have all these different companies? And I get it. He looked at the black box of Karen's vehicle, but then you got John's phone to sync up things with. Are you a phone expert, sir? You know, how do you know John's clock was wrong on the iPhone, or it didn't sync up to Karen's car, and you got to do all this bizarre stuff to make it sync up and then show us all these seconds here, 6 seconds there? It doesn't make. Did they lose the jury? That's the most important thing, right? Did any of that have an impact on what the jury believes now, coming from this guy at all? How would you feel as a juror if you saw this display the last 2 days? Would it affect what you thought about him and his findings? It would me. Double nickels this year. He hid his birthday from us, Butterfly, because my son was May 7th. So, yeah, Joe just didn't want us to know about his birthday, I think. We could have had a party, Joe.
Yeah, I've never been one to make a big deal out of my birthday.
Me either. It is what it is.
Yeah. Another year older and deeper in debt. Isn't that what they say?
Par for the course, right? So, half the time I forget how old I am. I forget to call my sisters. I'm like, how old are y'all today? They're like, what, did you forget your age again? I'm like, yeah, maybe. Maybe. So they're like, well, hold on. I got to figure out how old I am now. And here we go. 3 of us, and none of us know how old we are anymore. That's bad when you get to that age, right?
It's easy for me because I was born in 70, so that's a nice round number that I can add and subtract from.
Not me. I was born in the summer of love. Do y'all know when that was?
I don't.
1967, the summer of love. But my parents weren't hippies. They were far from it.
Well, apparently there was a little loving going on.
Yeah, apparently there was, right? Yeah, good year, apparently. My siblings were all, well, my sisters, we were all born in the very end of the 60s. My brother, he came in the 70s. And all my little cousins. Growing up in the 70s was a wild time. It was fun.
It was a completely different world. Completely
so different. My God, so different, right?
Flashlight tag and kick the can, and
I know. I tease my little grandson now about, he's like, I don't know what you did back when you was a kid, Grandma. I'm like, we didn't have anything to do, buddy. We had to stay in the yard and play with stuff, and we made up games.
We did.
We made up stuff to do. It was funny. Oh, we had a good time, though.
Red light, green light, Mother May I.
Yeah. Get out there and survive, man. That's the way it was. We had a blast. My dad would take he had this big roll of plastic, and he would lay it out in the yard and turn the water hose on, and he'd get my mom's dish liquid and pour it on there and then put the water all over it. And we would slide across that big piece of plastic, man.
Homemade slip and slide.
Homemade slip and slide. My dad's like, I can't afford that damn fancy slip and slide on the TV. Hold up. Let me go outside and make y'all one.
Hold my beer.
Go down. Yeah, my dad didn't drink, so I would have been like, yeah, he would have said that. Hold my coffee. That was my dad.
Right.
Hold my coffee. I'm fixing to get down with this. And before we knew it, we had a masterpiece in the yard, and all fun for everybody. She says, oops, I read your post wrong, Joe. You're a year older.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're a year older than Butterfly. Okay. All right. Yeah, dodgeball. Dodgeball was dangerous, man. Some of my cousins could throw hard. We sure did.
I got indoctrinated into my new school when we moved into the house that we ended up living in for the rest of my youth till I moved out. moved to a new school when I was in the 4th grade. Very first day of school, PE, wham, dodgeball in the face, cut eye.
Oh man, I hated dodgeball. I really did. Yeah, we drank from the water hose. We survived. We did all kinds of stuff that these days, I know I catch my kids being a little picky with their kids, and I'm just laughing in my, in the back of my mind, I'm laughing under my breath at them. I'm like, them babies will be okay, y'all. I promise. Like, I think my grandson thinks if he walks out the front door, he might melt. I'm like, he likes winter though. He doesn't like the summer, so it's hard to get him to get out there a lot. And he likes to go out in the evenings. About 2 weeks ago, he conned me at the dollar store. He wanted me to buy a racquetball. I'm like, are you kidding me? He's like, you can play with me, Grandma. I'm like, are you kidding me? So guess what I did? I bought it for $10. And me and him gotten out there a couple times. And the other day, he's like, it's too hot. I'm like, kid, are you going to be okay? So we go out there in the evenings now and play a little bit. But yeah, it's a whole different time out there for sure. I was on a jump rope team, man.
Were you really?
I was. We had little routines and all kind of stuff. We went to little competitions. Yeah,
Wow.
it was fun.
Double jump rope?
Yeah. That was one of the keep yourself occupied. Get out there and jump rope. I'd get mad if my brother got a hold of my rope because you know what he'd do? He would tie it to the bicycle and then tie something crazy to the end of it and like drag each other. My male cousins, they would drag each other or tie their trucks to the back of their bikes and haul off through the mud puddles like, bring back my jump rope, I need it right now. And then the next thing you know, your handle's torn off. It's like, oh, that's how bad. That was our worst day, was getting your jump rope jacked up by your brother. Him sticking firecrackers in matchbox cars and watching them blow up. Good times.
Me and my friend would see how long we could hold firecrackers after we lit them before we threw them.
That's dangerous, Joe.
I'm not going to lie. I might have been partially deaf for part of the summer that year.
Right. Yeah. I blame Eddie Van Halen for my deafness. It's all his fault. Picture it, 1980 something. I was standing really close to that speaker when he decided it was a good idea to kick it, and it wasn't so good. I couldn't hear for 3 days. Anyway.
Yeah.
You live and you learn. It was way different time back then. Now my grandson, he spends hours on that damn MetaQuest thing with his little friends, and I just sit there and laugh when I watch him because he's doing all this bizarre stuff. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I'm fighting this, I'm fighting that, and he's just all over the place. It's funny. Oh my gosh, those metal skates. Those metal skates were brutal. Did you spend a lot of time at the skating ring, Joe?
I could only skate forward. I couldn't skate backwards. So it wasn't as fun for me. But I did spend a lot of time. I spent a lot of time playing Frogger in the arcade at the skating rink.
Oh my gosh, right? That game was the bomb. I was telling my grandson about those games yesterday, in fact, and he's like, were they really big? And I was like, yeah, they were big machines, and we would just go. He's like, as I said, mentioned something about going to the game room. He said, what was a game room? I was like, oh, baby, come here. Let me tell you the story. And I explained it to him. He's like, were they really big games? He's like, I think I've seen them. And, I was like, yeah, that was the games, baby. All kinds of games.
He's like, I think I saw those in a museum somewhere.
Yeah, he saw one on his YouTube videos that he watches sometimes. We monitor his little YouTube activity. He's got these little kid things he watches, and this one guy he watches shows a lot of stuff from back in the day, and that's where he remembered seeing it at. So he was trying to find me the video to show me what that guy showed him. Butterfly got her fingers ran over by the metal skates. Those things did suck. At least the skating ring had a little bit better of skates, but learning to skate was almost a challenge or a risky business kind of move, right?
Yeah, we got those metal skates at home, but then when you got to the skating rink, they had those rubber wheels, and they're so much better.
Yes. And you're like, why can't I have these kind at home?
Exactly.
And your mom's like, because there's 3 of you and I'm not buying skates for all 3 of you. Get out there with the ones you got. I saw a thing this morning early. My sisters and I always joke about this, but do y'all remember Kmart back in the day, the Kmart stores? My
Blue light
grandmother lived
specials.
in them. Yes, she lived in Kmart's. And I thought about you when I saw it, Joe, because we were talking about history and stuff the other day. And I found this channel that does a lot about history. It was a video about Kmart back in the day. And I have so many memories of that place. My grandfather would go sit in the diner. They had like the restaurant in the store, and you could smoke back then in the stores. And my grandpa rolled his own. He would sit back there and order coffee and ice water and smoke cigarettes while my grandma spent hours shopping in Kmart. She'd be waiting on that blue light special. And we'd be just running behind her because Granny would spend the money, right? So we'd be running behind her to the next blue light special. Miss those days. I miss that store.
I wore blue light special clothes to school.
Right?
Like every year until I got my paper route and I started buying my own clothes.
I know. You grow out of the Kmart clothes after a while. I remember my mom was still trying to buy me. I'll never forget one year I was like in middle school and she wanted me to buy this pair of jeans that had like some strawberries on the back pocket. And I remember looking at those pants going, Mom, those aren't even cool. I'm not wearing those to school. That's so like 4th grade and I'm in 6th grade, you know? It was like she realized then that, this kid doesn't want the little kid shit no more. But yeah, my grandma would just wasn't nothing else to do but spend hours in the Kmart waiting for them blue light specials to pop up. And if the clothes section popped up, you was about to get some new clothes.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Back in those days, my dad had 6 kids, so blue light specials was the way to go. Yeah.
Exactly. My parents had 4, and yeah, it was the way to go. That's where you got and you was excited to get them Kmart clothes, right? We were. We didn't think anything of it.
Nope.
That was normal for
We
the
got new
average
clothes for school.
Americans. Huh?
We got new clothes for school. That's all that mattered.
Yeah,
And new
exactly.
shoes.
Yeah, we did too. We got new clothes for school, new shoes for school, and then you just all summer you just played in whatever, you know, it is what it is. These kids these days grow so quickly. Like my youngest kid, I remember when he started growing, I was like, man, I gotta buy this kid clothes in the summertime too. His stuff from last summer didn't fit. But we don't get the blue light specials anymore.
No, we don't.
I saw a little bit of movement in the courthouse. I'm monitoring the feed, y'all, so they should be coming back soon.
Yeah, I had 4 boys. They got new clothes like mostly twice a year, like back to school and then at Christmas.
Yeah, that's the way it was, you know. And nowadays, kids want and need new clothes constantly. All right, Joe, we are back up in court. Thank you for coming up and hanging. You're welcome to stay if you'd like.
I got to dip out. I got to take care of a couple calls.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. We'll catch
Sir,
you
when
tonight.
I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
There's always a document to refresh these people's memories.
Thank you.
They need dementia
I want
medicine.
you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabit and megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described 2 text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the 3-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the three-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the three-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the three-point turn, as well as the end of the three-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the three-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the three-point turn starts to the time that the three-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that three-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you look at, and if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction, and then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the three-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure, so that's going to be the approximate beginning of the three-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the three-point turn does that indicate?
Sure, so that's going to be approximately the end of the three-point turn, and that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle, and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes, so that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data, or is that an estimate?
Sure, so that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the three-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the three-point turn. and that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. We start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that three-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a three-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the three-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the three-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21, or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no.
Sure. So, yes, I can.
So I'll see you inside, rather than Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So why in the world is it so hard to get through this guy's testimony? Oversight, right, Rachel? Well, it makes no sense. This guy should have had this all done before trial when he done his initial exams, and took him a minute to figure out that lady didn't find the SD card. Blame it on the lady. She didn't know to look for the SD card, but I did. And then I damaged it when I removed it. But here I am, the never-ending BS testimony. Let's just leave that right there for a while. I'm trying to give the guy, benefit of the doubt, but it's not looking good. I try to be fair, but hey, y'all tip the scales, you tip the scales. It is what it is. You didn't have a nice recovery, so that's not on me, it's on them, right? Yeah. Do it, Joe, do it. Yeah, I get it, Rachel. This judge is not even worth my freaking energy. I can't believe some of the things she's said and done. I'm just like eye rolling when I hear her say it. I think the jury's on to her madness because judges are, they come out and tell you, this is our courtroom. We control what's happening here. Okay. So the BS is on you in the end. Like, she needs to go over there and take a look at what Hippler's doing, right? I got over letting judges get under my skin after Gull. That lady takes the cake. I'm sorry, y'all. Judge Bev don't hold a candle to Judge Gull. I don't care how you spin it, how you look at it. It's just no comparison. If I can survive Judge Gull, I can survive this lady right here. So I've chose to ignore her. Does the jury see it that way, though, Rachel, right? That's the problem. Does the jury see it like we do? I think they might a little bit. So that I was reading on Twitter that someone said this is, the fact this is a young jury, they didn't take too kindly to the testimony in the way that it was presented, that you needed a bachelor's degree to be something, and I don't think they would have took it that way. It was pertinent to this guy's relevance, right? Not everybody in the world. I get it. We don't all hold those degrees and don't need to. But if you're going to testify on the witness stand as an expert, you might not want to be so fudgy with your credentials. Why are they missing the point? Yeah. Butterflies. That benefit left a long time ago. We're done. I'll be glad when they're done with their state I don't know what else they can present to me, right, as far as the state's case goes, to try to prove Karen Reed maliciously mowed this man down. They'd have been better off trying to tell me it was an accident. I might could have got behind that a little bit, but that's not what they decided to do. So I just don't feel like they've proven their case yet, that after fair evaluation and listening to all the testimony, they just haven't proven that. But, then again, the defense hasn't shown me a whole lot to show me a big old conspiracy went down either. So I'm just like, I don't even know what's going on. Yeah. Well, it was an error, Butterfly. He didn't lie. It was an error, and nobody updates their LinkedIn, which, okay, I buy that because most people don't anymore. Is LinkedIn even a thing anymore? It's one of our go-tos as armchair sleuths to go look up people, but is the information correct, right? I care about what your company says you do, not what your LinkedIn says you do, actually, in the end. No matter what that company backed him, that's the problem. Aperture. Y'all shady? They like Fuji water.
Can we go back to slide 40, please? In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Oh.
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
We now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way. Because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, we're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the three-point turn?
No, this is not the three-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, and that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure.
So I
You
understand.
said a window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure, yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09, where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have, around this time, any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream happened around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. Or I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again for a minute.
What, they gonna let him go now? Are we done with this headache? Because they gave me one today. Wow. Will they how long will the recross last? I wonder. They didn't all trail off to sidebar together this time? Apparently he just thought about it, Butterfly. Because if it was a known thing to do, he would have immediately checked that other lady's work when they were missing data and didn't know why. He would have known to look for that SD card, right? I got questions from the beginning on this. And how come none of the other cell phone guys knew about any of this? Because he's the car guy using cell phone data to corroborate his car stuff. Yeah, no, not flying. Then he's going to change the phone data. He's like, wait a minute, phone guys. I'm going to use y'all's work to corroborate my work and then come up with something here. If it had been a legit thing that he did, and I get where they're going with it, I can get behind that a little bit, but I'm not buying this guy at this point. He lost me a long time ago, and it's not because the defense came in and did a major job. It's just throwing shade at him. They come in and did more than that, but I don't think it was a routine thing that they did. He decided he needed to adjust clocks once he figured out there was more data off that SD card and all that. And apparently it still didn't jive up, because then he says, well, it's because the clocks don't match up. Well, my clock probably don't match to your clock either, but which one you going to adjust, mine or yours? How do you know which one to adjust and believe, right? So he's trying to go by John's phone data to corroborate the car thingy. But there's issues with the phone data all the way around in this case. For some reason. I think they had too many hands in the cookie jar, actually, on these phone data stuff. Might be the problem here. Because if you listen to people who own companies that work for hire, they all have a different answer. They all have a different answer. They all have their own data. They all have their own ways of methodology of getting those datas, right? Reports and different applications and different softwares. But they've made a mess of it in this case. I've never seen such a big mess with this data stuff. You don't have really any eyewitnesses that saw anything except people that heard Karen saying things. So if you got no eyewitnesses, you got to rely on the data. Kind of like Idaho. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Will it get that crazy over there with the data?
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, allowed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right. Once we get these marked, I'll be.
Thank you.
A, B, and C.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please.
Exhibit EEE for ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it. Sir, Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure, as
Thank
long
you.
as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make it even farther.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you.
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make sure.
And just let me know if we need to, Mom.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you. Can I mark each
Yes.
of these for identification? They're,
Yep.
let me just give one first. If I could see that back and report, I want to see if this is the second page for that document. It is, so it could be marked as one document for identification.
Exhibit FFF right here.
Thank you.
Can I reach over you, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed as represented in EEE is a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would.
The objections stay.
Right. Do you
want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
there.
Your Honor. I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Are they about to bust him out on some testimony from a federal case? What's happening here? Why is Bev grinning like an idiot? I don't know. Think she had her some extra gummies at lunch? Is she enjoying some of this, and her legal mind is just like, oh, this has got me going. I noticed her little grin too. I was up trying to clean my house or do a couple things, listening to this whatever's left of this testimony. But I want to know where they're going with this for sure. Like, what's about to happen here? Exactly. What's going on with this other case he was a part of that he's no longer a part of? Why is that, sir? I'd hate to have to sit in court all day, every day, just to see it like that. And if the victims' families didn't come to court, people would have something to say about that too. Oh, look, they're not even there to support their loved one. Oh, look, they're there to support the loved one and cause intimidation. It's like, can we be grown up for 5 seconds and ignore them? I don't know, Rachel, you think? Let's see what she does. Because it should go to credibility if he's not making accurate reports out there. And how will this affect Aperture going forward and going in reverse and looking at cases he was once a part of, right? That is insane. Which I'm not surprised with some of this stuff at all. Rachel, I was retweeting some of her stuff this morning. I love Michelle. Yeah, we're fans of Michelle Waltz around here. She's tough as hell. Love her.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to be a little close in
Sure.
proximity. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification.
And that's exactly what I was saying. Rachel, John's phone kept having interaction. If this guy says he ended it, it didn't.
With regard to the process in the case,
Okay.
are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members.
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
At Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc., even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same?
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status as an expert witness consisted of Exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
Yeah.
You need one more step, Mr.
And, sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over here.
Thank you.
Have a briefing?
Yes, come on up. Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
They should have settled this when they were there a few minutes ago. If she's going to allow it, allow it. Let them get on with it. Let them do what they got to do. She's interrupting my flow. Some of us can't sit here on our tails all day, ladies, staring at you. We have to multitask. No, of course he doesn't want it in, Rach, right? He don't want that in there. He's like, my God, no. I gotta message my son. I need something for a headache. Bring mama something for a headache, baby. Ah.
You have reapproach, Your Honor.
Yes.
About time.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit E, and Exhibit F for identification.
As one exhibit?
As one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that.
Alphabet soup again, to go with their word salad.
And that would be yours.
193.
Read it carefully, Mr. Burgess.
May I hand to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV, and further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correctly?
Oh,
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to...
what's wrong with his face?
Ma'am, keep this for a moment, Your Honor. Give it to the witness as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolk, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the
We saw it on
education
Twitter,
section.
sir. Oh.
Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I did.
And your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court, and attached to it is your CV, and in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is do a, is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there, there's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184. Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so This document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184. You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So
Correct.
the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer, file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor. You stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
That's it, Mr. Alessi?
Yes,
Okay. Is there anything?
There is.
Okay.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, expect.
So presumption,
Well,
we'll strike that.
okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So,
Objection, Your Honor, still.
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So, as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play a number of clips. If I could begin with clip 23.
So the approach from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it. It's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own was Cedar Crest. And then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission into evidence, Ron.
194.
The next witness, Mr. Allen?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with the concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a Forensic Scientist 2 to a Forensic Scientist 3 in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in Trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, You mentioned earlier in your testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police crime lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I'm responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes. And then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the bench top as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIMS system keeps track of all of that, so we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it would be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with, first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide, and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
What is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and it is an analytical tool that we use to analyze certain types of samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes, so I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E, and I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the Grem instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with all with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of 1 piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item, 7-14?
7-14 was just 1 piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit, so that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and they're broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass, in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper, and there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison, and there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Y'all know darn good and well she's about to call it a day. I'll be shocked if she doesn't end the day right now. I almost typed the same thing, Butterfly. Well, damn. I was sitting on the back porch with a dog, having a Coca-Cola, trying to get rid of this headache with some fresh air. Because they're giving me a big old headache. Oh, goodness. My phone was on in the background. See? I have my phone out there with me. Goodness. This lady only analyzed what she was given that was allegedly found at Fairview. How many more analysis people are they going to bring up here that examine these taillight pieces? Seems like they've had quite a few people examine those taillight pieces. Can they prove they all came from that taillight lens? Don't they usually match up? Like there's a brand specific? Is there a serial? I mean, come on. Y'all can't match these pieces up versus a Toyota taillight lens, you know, and a Lexus lens. Are they all the same? We know they have the Toyota black boxes in these vehicles. Chat left me. I don't know if she's nervous because she's a timid little girl. She's not a little girl, she's a grown woman, but she's just a timid type of person. Here's the thing. There's no way in hell anybody's going to convince me that every single witness that the state has put forth is a part of a conspiracy theory. Not all these DNA lab people. Now, the guy that testified earlier, shady as hell, out to make a name for himself. So watch me go. That kind of guy, right? We've had 2 of those testify so far. But as far as all these DNA lab people, they're not in on no conspiracy. They were given what they were given to test and analyze. End of story. Now, whether or not those pieces came from that taillight and where they were all collected is a different matter, right?
So we're going to stop for the day.
See,
Haley, I'm
she's
going
done.
to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim of this person can tell you. All right, so folks, we're going to end for today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you.
Yeah, we know the evidence is shit, but the crime lab didn't, right?
All rise for the court, please.
They're just giving what they're given. Rachel, I got the kitchen cleaned. I had done the laundry. Grandbaby will be home from school in a little bit. Goodbye. Yeah, the people I mean, it's obvious. I mean, I'm not a huge, I don't have a conspiracy brain, right? I know they exist. But if somebody on the Twitter is trying to convince me that everybody that they bring out here is a part of a conspiracy, I got to red flag you and move on, right? I'm trying to avoid social media telling me what to think at this point. Because it's obvious we can think for ourselves, and I see all the evidence laid out before me. And I'm making up my mind based on what I'm seeing here. Now, if I get bored later on tonight, I might go take a look at what Twitter's doing and laugh at most of them and keep scrolling. Because right now, half of them are melting down about Karen Reed, or half are having a meltdown over Brian Koberger. It is what it is. No, she's not going to go that long, Rachel. No, no, no. Butterfly, get over here and do my nails, girl. Your nails are so pretty. Mine are not looking really good right now. If I sent you a picture of my nails right now, you would be like, salty. Girl. My paint started to chip and I got to take it off. It is what it is. Well, we didn't learn much from this new witness yet, except she's going to analyze some stuff and give us her findings, and then we need to move on. I need to hear more about this alleged conspiracy that occurred versus what Karen Reed allegedly is supposed to have done. And I think the jury's going to need to hear some of that as well. So they need to go ahead and bring on the defense's case, because we know what we were told during opening statements. She didn't hit him. This was not caused by her vehicle. This happened inside that house. And yeah, Rachel, this morning when you were talking about Michelle's post, that's what we said at the beginning of the show, that it was this guy's new testimony still had John was still moving around or having activity with that phone after when he stated that it was over. She hit him and done. John was no longer with us, right? Or knocked out or whatever. So it doesn't make any sense. Their timeline is sketchy now. There's so much out there, y'all. We'll be back in the morning. Let's see, tomorrow is, I had to look at the calendar, Wednesday. That's what I said, Joe. There's at least two. I'm paying real close attention to these witnesses and what they're testifying to, but there's only two sketchy witnesses so far. The rest were just doing their jobs, given what they were given. That's all there is to it. I had scrolled back up through the comments, guys. But yeah, it's obvious. I mean, I'm not going to be that person to come out here and say, oh my God, they're all in on it. Because that'd be kind of goofy. You know, if people bring you evidence, you just test it and analyze it. And that's where you should stop. You shouldn't draw conclusions like the other guy who felt it would mislead the jury, right? That's not his job to decide that at all. So we think you misled the jury. Can we say that? Because it appears you might have misled about some things. Now we don't trust your credibility. And I got a problem with you being the only data dude to come up with that little solution in the end on the sly real quick, like, don't make no sense. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up for the day. I've got a headache. I got the grandbaby coming home from school in a few minutes. Usually he goes to his Nana's after school, but today he's coming to me. She's got something going on, so I'm going to go spend the afternoon with the grandbaby and let all this right here go for a little while. And then eat my dinner and get back at it. Actually, I got other stuff I'm reviewing, so I'm going to get back to that later because I'm in the middle of something that's caught my curiosity. He misled the jury, right, Butterfly? He misled a lot of things, it sounds like. A lot of things. And yeah, that's the problem when you have... And here's the thing. If y'all have ever watched enough trials, you know defense attorneys can be sketchy as hell, and they're going to come in hard, and they're going to come in hot. What do you see Ann Taylor throw major shade at Idaho? You know, it's going to be all team hating the prosecute. You know what I mean? It's I have to evaluate them all on each merit. You know, each case is going to be different. And because I feel a certain way about Delphi and a certain way about Karen Reed, I guarantee you I don't feel that way about the Koberger case, right? Because I've read every single document, watched every single hearing. I know that case inside and out. I don't see the issues. I know we're going to have issues with data, obviously. We've known that for 2 years. Not a big secret. So I feel very differently about that case than I do these two. This one's just kind of coming down to giving me a big-ass headache, I'll be honest. All right, guys, Joe's got his show tonight over there with Kresha. We'll be over there joining him and supporting them, and I'm really curious to see what she's got going on tonight because I've been following what she's saying. I hear you, Kresha, and I'm listening, girlfriend. So I'm going to go over there and check that out tonight. And then Thursday is when Joe's going to do his video presentation on the fires out there in LA. So that'd be... I'm going to be there to support that as well. And thank you, Joe, for doing that, because that kind of thing is important to get out there, and it gives us something else to look at besides this stuff all the time. So appreciate you for doing that. That's why witnesses have to make sure they have credentials are legit and not shady. Yeah, but, you know, prosecution felt it was okay to go ahead and put him out there, hang him out to dry, right? So they had to have known some of this stuff, right? And they knew it was going to be damaging. If they didn't care... If he looked bad, all they wanted to do was get the information in there to the jury. Whether the jury believed it or not, at least we got it in there. Now, there's people on Twitter who are going to buy it hook, line, and sinker, but we don't want to do that. The rabbit holes. I'm trying to stay out of rabbit holes, and I'm really just looking into this one case. Like I said, it was that old case I was talking about this morning that really intrigues me, and just the level of narcissism behind some of these murderers is insane. And this one happened so long ago, and it kind of reminds me of some of the, like Lori Vallow, for instance, and her level of narcissism, right? And it's really about the case I was reviewing this morning, started last night and got back at it this morning. It's another case of another mother who harmed her children. And like I said, it was like the first real true crime case I ever got into with my mom when I was like a preteen. So, yeah, I'm taking a look at all that. We're going to get a show together about that and talk about some of those things. Again, guys, thank you for coming in. All you who do, please hit the like button if you don't mind. It does help out. And Joe, we'll see you over there in a few hours over on your channel. You guys will be back in the morning at 8 a.m. to hopefully they'll have a full day tomorrow since they're having a half a day on Thursday. We'll see how it goes. All right. Until then, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Y'all be safe out there on them social media streets.
Watching this here video, please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each of you.